we are here. We'll have to start with our summit, so that we'll try by all means to catch up. My responsibility, colleagues, I'll be sharing this first session of this summit, the first ever in the district of Sekhukhune Municipality. All thanks to His Worship, the Executive Mayor, under his leadership, for encouraging us from time to time, making sure that we come up with programs that will assist young people of this district. Honorable Executive Mayor and local mayors present in this summit, members of the mayoral committee, our municipal manager, and all our local MMs present here, youth officers, acting CEO of the Sekhukhune District Municipality, sector department present in this summit, our guests, our presenters today, our most important guest in this summit today, our young people from across our district. Receive our greetings from the district municipality. We are all welcome to this first historic summit of the district municipality. Colleagues, it's not my role, it's not responsibility to come and give a keynote address to this important gathering of our young people. Father, to the entire nation of Sekhukhune, His Worship, the Executive Mayor, but nevertheless, Executive Mayor. As a district municipality, we are faced with a huge challenge of unemployment among young people. That is why today you've requested us to make sure that we come up with something that will assist these young people. So it is upon this invited guest here to come and share their visions as companies operating with trade, to come and share with our young people and ourselves as a district municipality with what is it that we can do to assist these young people. After the COVID-19 Executive Mayor, the President requested us as a district municipality to come up with a plan, among other things, on how are we going to address these issues of unemployment, the sinking economy. There are a lot of things that the President requested to us. So where we are seated today, we feel and thankful to say this is one step to the call from the President to come up with something in our economy as the district municipality. As I've said, that it's not my responsibility today to come and give a keynote address. My role was to deliver to you His Worship, the Executive Mayor of Sekhukhune District Municipality. I won't go deep into his credentials. He's been with us even since from 2016, when we were inaugurated as the fourth council of this district municipality. So I don't see a need executive mayor to give your credentials. Here is the people, the nation of Sekhukhune. Ladies and address to this summit. Thanks very much, Executive Mayor.
Thank you very much. And other MMCs present on this program. Would like to take this opportunity once more to pass my greetings to all the participants, in particular our special people, the youth of this district and the youth of the country. In young people of district, it's an important day for you, and as you are the future of this region. And people of Sekhukhune as a whole, members of the media who are present, Maoshare and who might have logged in as well. municipal manager, and other managers responsible. We have logged in representatives of the mayors who have managed to log in. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. This year marks 45 years since the 1976 uprising. So therefore, we are indeed, as a district municipality, happy and having a privilege this morning to come and open this August function. Young people of that time mobilized a powerful defiance against the apartheid education policy that had sought to impose Afrikaans as a medium of instruction in the classrooms. And it was an epoch-making moment that heralded a new path for the country, leading to the 1994 democratic breakthrough. The government, therefore, dedicated June as a youth month to commemorate and honor in recognition the heroism of the 1976 generation. As declared by Cabinet in March this year, 2021 is the year of Charlotte Matseke. This year coincides again with that would have been Charlotte Matseke's 150th birthday anniversary. She was a visionary pioneer who already had been ahead of the system that was not only repressive, but also patriarchal. It was therefore not a coincidence that Charlotte Matseke became the first Black South with a university degree. Matseke was a religious leader, social and political activist who valued education as a tool that would liberate oppressed Africans from the shackles of poverty. Her trailblazing story is one that must inspire not only the girl child to stand up from the morals of hopelessness, but it must inspire all young people who today face a completely different set of challenges. Joblessness among young people is a sore point that requires our urgent attention. And more so with the new normal that we are finding ourselves in due to the pandemic, COVID-19, we are also holding this August meeting on these different conditions that we are finding ourselves faced with globally. And we hope we are going to really win this war. Last year, President Cllr Ramaphosa announced the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention. The program revealed 5 priority action areas that should accelerate youth pathways in the economy over the next 5 years. These priority areas are, namely, pathways management networks, agile workforce development, inclusive urban and rural markets, workplace experience, and presidential youth service. During the first 5 years of the program, the following key outcomes must be achieved. 3 million young seekers between the ages of 15 will have engaged in a national pathway management network and access services to help them grow their employability and identify and pursue work opportunities. 1.5 million temporary paid work opportunities will have been created, and including 1 million work-based placements, 250,000 work-integrated learning opportunities, and 250,000 service opportunities. And 500,000 young people will be engaged in sustainable work opportunities through workforce development programs. As the President has said, It is indeed essential to proceed without delay to implement this comprehensive plan. Youth unemployment is a national crisis that cannot be postponed. Program Director, at 63%, youth unemployment in our country is unacceptably high. These extreme unemployment figures in our country have their roots on the economy that for decades had been starved off by meaningful investment that could produce social value growth. Diminishing levels of growth in recent years have undermined government's efforts to overcome the economic legacy of apartheid. And unemployment is becoming a pandemic that needs really to be attended to with full force. It cannot be correct that young people who are eligible to enter the labor market are left to languish in hopelessness. Program Director, unemployment diminishes our ability to eradicate poverty, tackle inequality, and improve the lives of the working class and the poor. It has disconcerting effect on families and communities, eroding people's dignity and contributing to social problems like ill health, poor education outcomes, substance abuse, and crime. Fellow compatriots, the future of our country is dependent on young people and their resourcefulness. The world is advancing at a rapid speed, and technology is increasingly redundant. The machines have begun to replace warm bodies in many industries. This is a trend that no amount of resistance or pushback would reverse, and the sooner we adapt, the better. Not long ago, people needed to walk into the branch of a bank if they needed a mere bank statement. Things changed, and banks installed functions that allowed the printing of statements from an automatic teller machine. And when telephone banking was introduced, people then phoned call center agents who were employed to generate statements on our behalf. Things have changed dramatically now. A lot of those people who meant those calls applications or apps, as we generally call them. This is just one of many examples that attest to the fact that human beings are being replaced by machines. In Wuhan province, China, at the height of COVID-19 pandemic, a new health facility field hospital was piloted. This hospital was manned and operated by robotic machines as part of the trial to introduce a high-tech facility that sought to relieve exhausted healthcare workers. 10 years back, this would have been dismissed as a far-fetched and fanciful scheme. But today, nurses and doctors face a stark and possible reality of being replaced by robots. The wave of the fourth industrial revolution and artificial intelligence is sweeping with force. And those who cannot swim against this tide will either be swept off or sink in the torrents. The days wherein all what we knew about the computers was only to switch in, on, and off are gone forever. Young people must understand the seriousness of this reality. In order to do that, some of them must develop the love for the science, technology, engineering, and mathematics subjects, the so-called STEM subjects. But all that we also need to do in our district with the FET colleges that we have. I think the responsibility of the young people to be assisted in ensuring that the subjects offered at our TVET colleges are the ones that will produce the skill that is required or that is demanded by the market. I think the curriculum needs to be changed, and as the youth, you most definitely need to influence that process of changing the curriculum at our TVET colleges, because our TVET colleges continue to produce products that cannot be absorbed by the markets. Therefore, it is very important, as we are in this summit, to also begin to look at that. Maybe MMC, Municipality, you might need to champion that discussion with the TVET colleges here in Sekhukhune. We are a mining district. We are an agricultural district. We are a tourist district. So therefore, our TVET colleges must be alive to that and begin indeed to produce students that will be able to be absorbed by the market, be able to produce students that will be able to be self-employed. And that's very critical things that we really need to look at. This is the only way our country would catch up with the rapidly moving technological way. In our country, where almost every person owns a cell phone, why are we not able to fix them when they experience technical problems? When the screen of a cell phone is crashed, we all rush to the shops that are owned by our brothers from the East Asia. Why? It is because they do not have skills, even simple skills to repair a cell phone. Do we have any of the colleges training our such skills? We do not have. Those are the opportunities young people should consider acquiring skills for. That way, they will be able to open and run their own businesses, and in the process, employ more other young people. Small businesses have the potential to push back the frontiers of joblessness and poverty. We encourage young people to consider empowering themselves with skills that will assist them to face the job market and be creators of jobs. Program director, it must be emphasized that it is not possible for government to employ every citizen. However, government has a duty to create an environment that allows business ideas and entrepreneurship to thrive. To this effect, the Sekhukhune District Municipality has in place a youth development strategy that is guided by both Sekhukhune Youth Policy and National Youth Policy. Its purpose is to streamline and integrate all youth development programs to create an equitable and fair society in which Sekhukhune youth enjoy full social, economic, and political rights. The strategy is targeting underprivileged young people between the ages of 14 and 35 years. This strategy has identified 5 key areas that affect the youth and need comprehensive and integrated approach, namely economic transformation, entrepreneurship, and job education, skills development, and second chances. Physical and mental health promotion in the face of COVID-19. Social cohesion and nation building. And effective and responsive youth development nationally. If you focus on these issues that are covered in the strategy, I'm sure we can district. The first area aims to address lack of economic participation by youth and to encourage a drive toward youth entrepreneurship. We encourage young people to focus on the creation of employment and move away from the job-seeking mentality. Youth must lead all efforts that seek to drive innovation. Program Director, the National Youth Development Agency has funded over 20 businesses owned by young people with a total value of 2 million in our district since its establishment. Young people are also encouraged to familiarize themselves with other development finance institutions, both state and private owned, and seek financial backing for their business ideas and enterprise. The Sekhukhune district economy is dependent on the agriculture, mining, and tourism sectors. We therefore need to revisit the current curriculum in our institutions of higher learning to realign them with these sectors along with the STEM subjects. Program Director, many young people lack skills and work experience needed to find jobs and participate meaningfully in the economy. To address this, we have entered into a partnership and signed a memorandum of understanding with various stakeholders, including the National Youth Development Agency, to address the issue of skills shortage in the strategic sectors of the economy. As the municipality, we are committed to small business enterprise development. We have launched a 3-year learner contractor development program who run small construction businesses. And 37 of them are young people. We assist these small businesses grades through practical construction work in order to capacitate them to compete with established construction companies and even beyond the borders of Sekhukhune. For the financial year that starts next month in July, the municipality has budgeted 70 million to continue supporting this contractor learner. Program Director, this inaugural Youth Jobs Summit must practically respond to the challenges that unemployed young people are faced with. We need real and direct interventions from all participants. We wish to commend and appreciate all our stakeholders for their prompt response in making this demonstrated willing to develop a new social compact for jobs, growth, and transformation. The summit is a once-off event, but the hard engagements that must be put in the process must happen continually if we want to protect existing jobs, create new ones in our district. One stream to find work and earn a living wage. And it is incumbent upon participants in this job summit to make it a reality. We also have 2 resources that need to be used, especially targeting tourism sector. The Digok Dam and the Flag Michelo Dam. These that can be used in a meaningful way to turn around the economic landscape of Sekhukhune. And many job opportunities for the young people can be created just by using these 2 resources that we have in the district. Program Director, as we celebrate with our youth, would remind importance to our relations. And we are now facing the 3rd wave of the coronavirus. We encourage all young people to take it upon themselves to assist the elderly adults to register for vaccine program to vaccinate our educators in the Department of Education in our schools and so on. But also, as we are meeting in this job summit, we're meeting in this job summit when we are mourning the passing on of the father of Africa, the former president of Zambia, Keamotseng, who has passed on, who has played a very in the struggle of the people of South Africa, who has hosted many of our brothers and sisters who went to train in exile in various formations. Lord, for the democracy that we earned as South Africa. May his soul rest in peace. I would also like to take this opportunity to congratulate Sekhukhune FC for having been promoted into the Elite League, the DSTV, which means we now have two clubs at professional level. And it means these clubs, two teams, are also bringing an opportunity for our young people to also can have an opportunity at the professional level. We are going to be receiving the MEC for sports, arts, and culture tomorrow, who is going to be visiting the Mostolo Stadium to assess and come with ways and means of ensuring that at least we have one stadium in the district that can meet the standard that is by the Elite League for us to be able to host one of these two clubs, have Mostolo or any other facility that will be approved. And I wish that we all support these clubs, but they'll be depending on us as the Sekhukhune to form a support base for them. And they will also as well, in terms of tourism, job creation, go a long way towards addressing the unemployment that our people are faced with in the district. Let's and I want to take this opportunity to wish all participants all the best in this job summit. I thank you.
Thanks very much, His Worship, the Executive Mayor, for the keynote address. Indeed, you give the summit a direction where I think all participants will know what from here, as in when through the day we'll be discussing around the challenges facing the people of our nation in Sekhukhune. You gave us direction points where we'll need to touch in trying to resolve the challenges are faced with young people. Indeed, Executive Mayor, it is true that we'll need to connect our plans as a district municipality with the ones of the province and the national government with resolutions in this summit. The issue of the 63% unemployment that you also touched on, we'll need to look into it as a district municipality. Where we are, what is it that we can do as a summit in trying to assist these young people of our district municipality? We'll also make sure, Executive Mayor, the engagement with our TVET colleges, as in like next week, in trying to assist our young people. I think also, Executive Mayor, one important thing we'll need to thank Glencoe for the incubation hub that they have established in the area of Steelport, where one will also wish that other mining companies which are operating within the district municipality can take suit in trying to address the challenges which are facing young people in this district municipality. One other thing, companies, as in when they'll be presenting, the issue of social challenges which are facing our young people on a daily basis. Remember, Executive Mayor, it's not only about preparing young people in issues of the Nyaupe boys and all these things which are also destroying our economy as a district municipality. So I think through the partnership with these private companies, if we can have a programs which will assist in addressing some of these social challenges that our district are faced with on the Mayor, we are so thankful for the keynote address that you delivered in this summit. One hopes that after the keynote address, the summit will take a shape of not a talk show, but something that will assist young people to be able to move forward in our district municipality. Thanks very much for that keynote address. Colleagues, that was the responsibility I was given in this program, as I've indicated to you, that I'll be dealing with the first Waka Mereko Kimo. I'll be handing over Executive Mayor part 2 of our program to the chairperson of the Youth Council in the district municipality, Mr. Jeff Mashweu, and one of our board members from the SDA, Mr. Nangoma. They'll be taking the program forward from here. We'll be here with them, Executive Mayor, through the day. We'll be listening to the presentations from our guests. We'll be also listening to young people as when they'll be engaging, so that come the end of this program, it doesn't come a wasteful expenditure to the institution, but something that will assist us as the institution to move this municipality forward and the people of Sekhukhune. Thanks very much, Executive Mayor. I'm handing over now to take over the summit. Thanks very much, colleagues.
Thank you very much, MMC Mnisi, for the introduction. Once again, my name is Kwanele Mkwanazi, and I'm the board member for SDA. I'm also the center manager for Sekhukhune TVET College Center for Entrepreneurship. My other colleague will be joining us a little bit later to co-facilitate this program with myself. The keynote address by His Worship, the Honorable Executive Mayor, has, I think, inspired a lot of young people, and now I think we are in for an interesting ride, a very exciting, jam-packed program of speakers from across all industries that are going to be coming in to discuss critical issues that are of youth importance. We know that we are in the Youth Month, and we have just celebrated our Youth Day, and we want to celebrate knowing very well that we are able to also provide for our families. We are also able to, make a living and continue to be able to develop ourselves as young people. And we are hoping that the program is going to actually offer us a lot of that opportunity to further, develop ourselves as young people. Most importantly, we are going to learn a lot, have a fruitful engagements and action. As MMC was talking, highlighting the importance of not only being just a talk show, but be more of an action-driven kind of an engagement. And I think that what the mayor was also saying, that we as young people, let's take charge of our own development. Let's be more into trying to actually structure our own path towards success and prosperity. And I think this is what we are actually united here today. We will be having as I indicated, a very jam-packed program of a number of speakers, and we'll be introducing all of these speakers to ensure that we know that the program is going to actually involve a number of people from government, private sector, community-based organizations. Those in business are also going to be part of our program. And I think we are in for a very interesting program, and we should take that and take our notebooks, take our iPad, for those of you that have got iPads, and get them ready so that we can start and note our program. We will be starting with leader. I just want to ensure that before we call on them, we are able to see them, and so that we can allow the representative from leader to actually come forward and start our program. And we will then be given a few minutes to actually ask questions, if there are clarity-seeking questions from our social media platforms and from everyone who is actually tuned in. And I'm made to believe that this is live on YouTube and Facebook as well. So everyone who is there can also be able to post those comments, questions that they might have, so that we are in a position to also translate them to our speakers as they come forward. All right, we're just trying to actually get into our program, and we are going to be calling in a speaker from leader. We are going to be calling a speaker from leader, and he's just connecting in the platform so that we can start our program with that. Ladies and gentlemen, young leaders, we are going to start our program, but we are going to be starting with the Limpopo Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure, while we are still getting leader and Glencoe Mines ready for our presentation. So Ntate Chabeling will be coming in for the department to actually give us the presentation on what would be the benefit of young people in the Department of Public Works, Roads, Infrastructure, so that we can see how we can best benefit from this department.
Yes, thanks very much, Chairperson. According to the program, we were supposed to start with.
Please unmute yourself from your side.
Am I audible, Chairperson? I've tried to unmute myself. Hello, Chairperson.
You're audible. All right.
Okay. Thanks very much, Chairperson. Yes, Chairperson, we were a presentation on Fetakhumutu the SEZ. Unfortunately, I don't see Ms. Bunji Kwebu. I'm trying to locate her. And then in the meantime, I'm suggesting that we start with Limpopo Department of Public Works and Roads and Infrastructure.
I'm suggesting he's not hearing us. If you are hearing us, Ntabeling, can you please just lower your screen a little bit down so that we can see you properly? Your monitor, yes, I think that's a perfect position.
Okay, thanks, Chairperson. Yes, I was saying
we were supposing to start with Mutuba's SEZ by leader Mills Bweqebu. I'm trying to locate her with Limpopo Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure. We've got Ms. Olamiju with us. She will start with the presentation on EPWP. And then after PWP implementation in Sekhukhune District Municipality. That is the same presentation, but it will be rendered by Ms. Olamuji. And then after that, I'll then make a presentation. Thanks, Chairperson. Ms. Olamuji.
Good morning. Thank you very much. The program director. I'm not sure camera also. Unmute. I can hear.
Device so that they can project.
Okay.
Yeah, we just want to establish the name of your device so that we can project you accordingly, ma'am. Okay, I think you have been found. You will be projected so that we can see. Yes, I think we see you nice now.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Ms. Dimbi Olamiju, as indicated. I'm presenting on behalf of the department, LUP, Innovation and Empowerment. And I'll start. I'm not sure whether Nchabeleng is going to share the everyone can see, or I'll read from mine. Oh, this side. I don't know how to share. So in
Ms. Olamiju, let me share the presentation. Okay. Chairperson, can I be allowed to the presentation? I think the host didn't disable me to share. Can the host allow me to share the presentation, Chairperson?
Ma'am, I'm requesting that you start talking or mute yourself if you are already. We are unable to hear you. Probably, please unmute on your screen. You will see something that says unmute.
Yeah, I've done that.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Yes. In terms of the presentation outline is the background, the departmental programs, the summary of empowerment, NYS and COVID-19 projects, the summary of roads funded business planning, future plans, recommendation, and the 21 EPWP implementation targets and progress made in 2021 financial year, SDM EPWP challenges and mitigation. Next slide. In terms of the background, the expanded public works program is the machinery through which the government is addressing the country's unemployment challenges, albeit on a temporary basis through the creation of work opportunities. We all know that this is a presidential special program. Nationally, the program is coordinated by the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, and provincially, it is coordinated by Works, Roads and Infrastructure. Both these departments also implement the EPWP projects. In both the coordination and implementation roles, the department ensures that the implementing bodies, meaning all departments, district and local municipalities, create work opportunities utilizing their provincial infrastructure grants, municipal infrastructure grants, and the equitable share. The implementing bodies and indicated above are given annual targets of work opportunities that are to be created, and as part of these targets, there are also targets for demographics, namely women, which is 55%, youth, which is also 55, if not 60, and people living with disabilities, it's at 2%. It's next slide. The department is implementing the following programs under EPWP program. Under roads infrastructure, there's a roads household program. Appointment of EPWP participants through independent contractors for the bush clearing along the roads, as well as road maintenance. The program is implemented across the province, and the recruitment is done through the local municipalities. There's also in-house roads maintenance program. This program is almost similar to the one mentioned above, but differs in these participants are placed in the department's road camps and cost centers, and it is managed internally. There's also a EPWP empowerment program. This program focuses on the landscaping and cleaning of government offices, specifically within the department, and the placement is also done in cost centers. There's another program of National Youth Service. This program targets youth only and is implemented across the province. The programs are implemented in part with youth formation that have supportable projects. Supportable projects. Training funds are solicited from the SETAs, which is Sector Education and Training Authorities. The department mostly budgets for the stipends and initiatives that have funding for training are funded on the merits of such project or program. There's also COVID-19 EPWP program. This is the program whereby work opportunities are created for the maintenance of registers, screening and observations of all protocols within the department and head office and all cost centers. Next slide. There are 5 empowerment projects for all districts. It's the one I mentioned, the landscaping and cleaning in the cost centers and head office. In terms of the incentive grant that we received from national, the work opportunities that are created is 560. And the total to date, we have 546 because we have others who have left for other opportunities. And then on NYS, we have 7 projects, and the total number in terms of the budget is 500. And the current status for now, we have 434. On COVID-19 projects, the target was 290. That also was controlled by the budget that was allocated. And the current status, we have 237, and the numbers are to be added to cover the 290. Next. In terms of Sekhukhune, empowerment program on general maintenance, the target is 110, and all that 110 has been reached. And on the NYS in Sekhukhune, there's an apprentice program and a learnership experiential. So on apprenticeship, we have 24, and on diesel and cleaning and hygiene, we have 22, and the experiential learning, we have 14. And if you can see the current status, we running short of 1 apprentice, which is we are at 24. And then on learnership, we have 18, but on experiential cleaning and hygiene, we have 14, and the target on. Next slide. On COVID-19, the screening and protocols type of a project for COVID-19. The target has been reached. It was 59, and the current status is also 59. Next slide. On the summary of roads funded business planning, there's the category, the program, on upgrading from gravel to tar. And the program has 11 projects and is implemented by RAL, Roads Agency Limpopo, and it has equitable share, the type of a budget, and then the target is 100. For women is 60, and then the youth is 55, and then the people living with disability is 2%. I think those ones are the ones that I've indicated earlier in terms of the demographics of EPWP. So under maintenance, we have 86 projects. They are also implemented by RAL, and the target is 600. This one is under the PRMG, the Provincial Maintenance Grant. And in terms of the numbers, the target is 600, and women is 360, and youth is 330, and people living with disability that they've been on this program is 12. Under routine maintenance, 5 in-house road maintenance project. It is also under the grant. The target is 2,100, implemented by RAL. And
Maybe
this one
maybe you can just wrap up on behalf of MEM, because it looks like she's having issues with internet connection.
Can I continue? It's under disaster.
Conquering us at times when we need them the most, and we have to just be patient at times, even though we are really stressed for time. But I do going at this ICT. Ma'am, are you back? We lost you a little bit there for a minute. I'm just requesting maybe we'll wrap up from your presentation so that we can just take one or two questions from our audience.
Thank you. Under future plans, all multi-year projects will run their full course, and for those that are completed in 2021 financial year, there will be a new intake in for the 2022-23 on NYS program, engaging the TVETs across the province in order to implement the 2022-23 financial year. Though the plans for at the moment, it's still on the infant stage, we are hoping to finalize so that we can plan for the next financial year. And also the implementing bodies are also engaged in order to ensure that they create youth-specific program in their programs in the medium and long term. What we are recommending is that we request the youth and register on different municipalities so that it's easier for us to get their information. Youth must also engage different government departments and municipalities on their EPWP projects. Thank you very much, Chairperson. The next one is for Mr. Ntabeleng to continue.
Mr. Ntabeleng, I'm requesting just that you wrap up in 2 minutes so that we can. I just want to be cognizant our program is broadcast live on a number of community radio stations. It is also broadcast live on YouTube as well. The Executive Mayor's Facebook page. So I'm requesting that we be very cognizant of our time due to those constraints so that we also have an opportunity to respond to one of few questions that might arise from this particular platform. Thank you very much. Ntabeleng, maybe just to wrap up from the department. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Chairperson. Ms. Olamiju has outlined the purpose of the EPWP program and how it is coordinated at provincial level. And as for Sekhukhune, we are also implementing EPWP in our district. And as part of implementation of EPWP, National Department of Public Works annually incentivizes implementing bodies with incentive grant allocation. And 2020 financial year, our municipality was allocated 6.2 million. And the grant was used together with other conditional grants, your MIG, your WSIG, RBIC, and equitable share to create work opportunities. And then implementing bodies are allocated annual EPWP targets, and SDM was allocated 2,781 work opportunities to achieve in the current financial year. And the target is divided and apportioned into 3 sectors, which are implemented by government implementing bodies, which is infrastructure, environment, and culture and social sector. And in terms of targets and progress made in 2020-21 financial year, as at the end of May 22, our target was, like I indicated, was 2,781, and we managed to create 2,483 work opportunities. And of the 2,483, 2,230 was youth. And then in terms of 2022, next year, EPWP implementation plan, the municipality is allocated a total incentive grant amounting to 8,180,000 for the next financial year, which is 2021-2022. And the annual target for the municipality for the new financial year, which is coming, is 2,788, and will be implemented through implementation of infrastructure projects, equitable share, and incentive grant. And the municipality has already entered into an agreement with National Department of Public Works to implement the 2021-2022 financial year. And we have already developed a project list together with the incentive grant were signed by the municipal manager on the 1st of June 2021. And below is the table which depicts work opportunities which will be created in 2021-2022 financial year through incentive grant, EPWP incentive grant. And I'm not going to go through column by column. I'll just on the project. The project list we have identified Sekhukhune firefighters, which are 166. The advert was already issued, and at present, I think interviews are going on. And then we've got Sekhukhune operations and maintenance. On this one, we are going to recruit 5 beneficiaries. And the advert was also issued. I think interviews are going on. And then we've got data capturers. On this one, we are going to employ 13. And then we've got IG Mokhoto. On this project, we are going to employ 8. And then IG Ratlahani is a table grape project. We are going to assist them with 25 work opportunities. And then we've got water process controllers. We are going to employ 20 beneficiaries on this one. And then we've got landscaping on our offices. On this one, we are going to employ 7 beneficiaries. And all in all, with the incentive grant of 8.180 million, 8,180,000, we are going to employ 244 work opportunities. And then over and above the 44 work opportunities, we are going to create other work opportunities through our infrastructure grants and our equitable share. When coming to challenges and mitigations on the program, we've got non-compliance to EPW core guidelines on bid documents. And mitigation, we are saying we should incorporate EPWP requirements in bid documents. And then we've got another challenge, which is continuous non-achievement of EPWP targets, although we have improved, because recently we are almost achieving our targets. We are almost, last year we were at 90 something, and even this year we are at 91. And then we're saying, however, we'll incorporate EPWP targets in scorecards of directors and managers. And then the third target is non-compliance to quota system, which is 2% prescribed for people living with disabilities. And our mitigations on this one, we are saying incorporation of quota system prescribed for vulnerable groups in bid documents will assist in achieving this quota or this target. Thanks, Chairperson.
Interact with a number of their programs, particularly WP, and a discussion, a lengthy discussion on the incentives, the incentive grants there on EPWP that the department has negotiated in partnership with the local district municipality and the local municipalities as well. And I think that is going to actually pave a way for some form of work, and that can later be translated into more of decent employment opportunities for our young people. We were going to continue with our program, and I will at a later stage just take a few questions if they are from our platforms. I just want to remind everyone who might be tuning in on radio that we are also live on our Facebook page, the Facebook page of the Executive Mayor of Sekhukhune. If you search on Facebook, you will be able to see the Executive Mayor of Sekhukhune page. Then you are able to also make comments, questions that we can respond to at a later stage in time. Let's now move on our program, continuing with the presentation from the Limpopo Economic Development Agency. We have in our midst a presentation by Bonjiwe Tebu, to come and assist us with a program of how they are rolling out the special economic zone in the district. Leader, I just want to gauge whether they are ready and they are online. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. And I would like, good morning. I would like to greet Executive Mayor for Sekhukhune District and the Municipal Manager, the CEO, protocol observed. Thank you once again, Program Director. My name is Bunjiwe Kwebu. I am from LEADER. I am the Project Executive for the Fitahomotubatse Special Economic Zone. I'm going today to present on the SEZs, the progress, the Fitahomotubatse SEZ, the progress that we've made, the job opportunities that exist, and also the kind of skills that we are looking at as we roll out these SEZs. I'll try to be as relevant as possible, but it's also important for me to give the background and also to highlight in terms of what we've achieved so far and in terms of readiness, how ready are we to implement. The outline of my presentation would look at the background on the SEZs nationally, within South Africa or in the country, the location of the Fitahomotubatse SEZ, the value proposition for the Fitahomotubatse SEZ, why the SEZ, and why the location in the current location where it is. I would look at the different sectors within the SEZ and the clusters, and this is the point where I will highlight more on the business opportunities that exist and the skills that are required. What have we achieved to date, the key milestones specifically for this year, and the progress to date and the key next steps. These SEZs, I'll just give a brief background on these SEZs and why they were developed. These were tools that, or these are tools that the government wants to use to enhance or to drive industrialization within the different regions. This is a concept that is also rolled out globally, and we are following a concept that has been used mostly in China and other Asian countries. And these tools position the different regions into huge economic growth nodes and economic hubs of the different regions, looking at the kind of resources that exist in there. These zones also are looking at attracting investments and developing infrastructure and enhancing good governance in terms of ease of doing business in these regions. In a way, we are attracting business into these regions, and we are creating huge incentives by offering land and offering fully serviced land and other incentives to attract business into these areas. So these SEZs, they are increasingly becoming an important tool in facilitating also international cooperation, regional cooperation, and regional collaborations as well, and looking at the different value chains through cross borders, regionally and also internationally. So Africa is also joined on that rise of special economic zones or areas of economic nodal importance. And in enhancing that, they've looked at the development of SEZs, investments, job creation, SMME capacitation, and just, eradicating poverty into these areas that are endowed with resources, but you find high levels of poverty, lack of skill, and all that. And our biggest challenge in Africa, especially in South Africa, has been infrastructure and the fact that industrialization has not been looked at as an opportunity in enhancing the economies of these areas. So what did the government want to achieve with these SEZs? Government has been trying to create an industrial ecosystem where all the key developmental areas or contributors to development have been looked at. For example, industrial infrastructure, logistics, research and development and innovation, incubation of small businesses and support of small businesses, human capital, human skills development as well, human settlements, investment facilitation through one-stop shops, finance and incentives, and productivity improvement. So government is trying to create an ecosystem by bringing all these and achieving an industrial conglomeration or an ecosystem that would be executed through all those parameters. And in terms of these SEZ, we've got 10 SEZs in the country, 10 proposed SEZs. Out of these 10 that were proposed recently, only 2 have been licensed, and that is in the province. We've got 2 SEZs, Musina Makhado and Musina has a license. That is the Limpopo province. And then we've got Mpumalanga. They have Nkomazi SEZ. It's also been licensed. And then we've got Namakwa SEZ in the Northern Cape. It doesn't have a license as yet. We've got Bujanala, Platinum Valley SEZ. It's not been licensed. We've got the Tshwane Automotive SEZ. It has recently been licensed. And then well, amongst those 10, only 2, like I said, have been fully licensed, and Tshwane is in the process of being fully licensed as well. And over and above the SEZs, we've got the Industrial Development Zones program, which was a long-standing program before the SEZs were introduced. And these have since been translated into special economic zones, and they also now fall under the SEZ Act of 2016. These, so we as a province, we've got 2, like I've already mentioned, which is the SEZ and Musina Makhado SEZ, which is in Vembe. In terms of the Fitahomotubatse SEZ, where are we located and why are we located there? Where this SEZ is in the Fitahomotubatse SEZ. It is along the R555, in between the Lion Ferrochrome smelter and the Samanco smelter. And the site that has been identified is a total of 1,220 hectares of land. This is just an indication of where the SEZ is located. You could see the Stilport town up there, and all the way after Stilport town, then there is the SEZ site before the Whoop Dam. Unfortunately, I can't use my, I'm trying to see if I can get a laser pen to use, but it's 15 kilometers away from the Stilport town. And it's in between Lion Ferrochrome smelter, which is just outside, Samanco smelter, which is just outside Stilport town, and Lion Ferrochrome smelter. And this is the 1,220 hectares of land, that red polygon there. Okay, this is just a depiction of where the SEZ site is in relation to the Stilport town, the plans of the Stilport town. The blue boundary there, that is the planning boundary for the Stilport regeneration plan, for the township regeneration plan. And the SEZ land exists within that Stilport regeneration plan. I'm not sure if it is showing there, but that area that shows earth numbers or site numbers, it is the SEZ land. And the area in blue, that whole area, it is the Stilpot Township Regeneration Plan boundary. So it shows that the SEZ falls within an area that is planned. This is just a continuation of that and an expanded version of what I showed previously, just to show the SEZ land. Like I said, it is on farm space for 33 KT and it's 1,220 hectares of land. What is this SEZ going to focus on? Our main focus is Platinum Group's metal beneficiation, general manufacturing and assembly of mining inputs, energy generation and manufacturing and assembly of energy components or components into the different energy generation programs. And the key energy projects that we're looking at there, it's biodiesel, lithium-ion batteries, vanadium redox batteries, solar, and also nuclear energy. This is just a few examples. The list is exhaustive. We are also looking at agro-processing as one of the focus areas and logistics. Over and above the sectors that we're looking at inside the SEZ, we're also looking at support sectors like human settlements. Coxstar has already launched a SEZ human settlement scoping study to check in terms of alignment, in terms of where the SEZ will be located and where they could locate integrated human settlements to support the SEZ. We're also looking at retail as a support sector, health, disposables, schools, and also office parks. This SEZ, like I mentioned, is not yet licensed, but we are we are continuing with the development of that SEZ under a new model, which is aligned to the Sekhukhune district development model as well, where all spheres of government are supposed to come together and foresee the rollout of this SEZ, both financially and otherwise. In terms of the value proposition, I think I've mentioned some of this. The establishment of that SEZ is driven by the projected mining and beneficiation outlook in that area. We've got to the records of 2019 and 2020, they've shown that there's 40 existing mines, operating mines in the area, and 8 new ones to be developed. That on its own gives a big tick to this SEZ, or it shows a huge opportunity for this SEZ to be developed there. There is also rapidly growing industries, and the population of the area is also growing over and above the vast minerals that are being mined in the area. There is opportunities for upstream, mid, and downstream beneficiation. There is also an opportunity for value-added opportunities of growth and demand and the potential in the implementation of these SEZs. There is also socioeconomic need in the area. We need to get to reduce the levels of poverty. In terms of this SEZ, I think I've also mentioned some of these. What is the purpose? Why was it created? Why the Dubatse SEZ? Firstly, it is to promote investments in the area, bring in companies and attract more companies into an area that already exists as the industrial hub of the district. Promote skills, promote local economic development, and over and above all, look at the beneficiation of the platinum group metals. SEZ. This SEZ is styled to be the hub for integrated development for the whole district, like I mentioned previously. And we're also looking at integrating with other programs, strategic infrastructure programs that are currently in existence. We're also looking at optimizing the utilization of available land with a long-term outlook, and not only looking at the zone, but the whole corridor along the R555 and even outside the district into the northern limb, which incorporates Mohalakwena and the mining activities and industrial activities that exist there. We are also looking at optimal utilization of the bulk infrastructure in the district and focus on the needs of other anchor projects to appropriate SEZ status, and also development of adequate amenities. And we are considering the competitive advantage that Fitahomotubatse has at the moment. We, in the different sectors, I've mentioned briefly on the sectors, but this is a table that then shows your different sectors that the studies have come up with, the clusters in between those sectors, the investment opportunities that exist, and the products that that could be produced from the different sectors. If you look at this table, it then guides us in terms of the kind of opportunities that exist there and what kind of products would be those different sectors and clusters. The list is also this is not all that we're providing, but this is a highlight, what was highlighted by the studies. And we, over the years, we've gone over and beyond just these sectors and looked at other sectors as well. And also the energy sector mainly, we've looked at it in detail and we've gone over and above just solar,
sorry to interject.
diesel and gas. We've gone beyond some of these products that are shown on the screen. In terms of business opportunities, we have that list on the screen. There's a solar farm, manufacturing and assembly of solar PV components, pharmaceuticals, a pharmaceuticals plant, processing of moringa for medicinal and cosmetic purposes. And it's not only moringa, it can go over and above that, depending on what is identified by the different businesses that will be coming in. The Food Technology Center, production and supply, warehousing and storage, infrastructure development, processing timber into coal, a process that is called torrefication, hospitality, logistics and services, including ICT, nuclear energy, battery storage and manufacturing, agro-processing, establishment of a ferrovanadium plant, chrome chemicals plant, PGMs, different projects also in the PGM, the platinum group metals space. We're looking at human settlements, and also we cannot leave out construction and services, as these are some of the entry projects and programs we'll embark on as we implement the SZ, or as we roll out the infrastructure of the SZ. So this list is also non-exhaustive. The opportunities go over and above what is listed here. Each and every business opportunity that is listed here has its own value chain, which has to be looked at and provides at each phase of the value chain. There's provision for job creation, there's provision for SMME capacitation, there's provision for supply and also local procurement. And then in terms of the skills, there's a vast list of skills that are anticipated also in this SZ. And there is engineering skills in industrial, mechanical, metallurgical, electronics, mining processing, chemicals, geological information technology, logistics and packaging, telecommunications, and environmental science. And then there is professional skills like metallurgical control analysts, environmental technicians, geochemists, geologists, geological technicians, mine safety inspectors, agricultural scientists, and food scientists. And then there is your artisanal skills like your mine cutting, boiler making, channel machine operators, miners, mining operation operators, quality of skills and supply. You find that most of these skills are not provided for in the university, in University of Limpopo. Some of them are also not provided for at the University of Venda, which are the two major universities that we have in the province. So what government is doing is trying to match what industry is looking for and also the curriculum of these different institutions. And these institutions are inclusive of your technical colleges, your TVETs, and your other institutions that exist within. So this is just also a summarized version of the kind of skills that we will be looking for in these SZs. Most of these skills, we've been provided for by the companies that are coming in to locate in the SZ. And the list is also more than what you see here on the screen. And it is key in terms of planning, especially for the youth, to also have an opportunity in these SEZs. In terms of the highlight of activities, I'll not dwell much on this spreadsheet. It just shows our progress over the years. Since 2014, we've identified land, did studies on that land, and 1,220 hectares of land has been identified. Environmental studies have been done, and then the process of being completed. And immediately after that, the rezoning processes over the past couple of years, done a business plan for these SEZs and the financial models to show its viability over the years. And we have also done investment promotion where we've tested the interest of companies to date have shown interest in coming into the SEZ. Just this morning, earlier on, there was also another company that I was presenting to that is interested in bringing in 4 establishments into that SEZ. Just check here. And then in terms of the key projects this year, this is what we've been looking at this.
I'm hoping that Bonjiwe, we are wrapping up so that we can also take some few comments and questions. Thanks.
But this is what we've been doing this year. I'm not sure now who's controlling my slide, but Chair, I can't move my slides anymore, and I'm not sure if somebody from the other side. These are the few companies that we've been in touch with.
From there, it's okay.
Yes, these are just the 4 companies that we've been looking at. There's the currently existing mining suppliers park. This is what we see as the vision of the SEZ in 10 to 20 years. This is the industrial park that we want to create and where we want to create jobs. We want to train, incubate. This is just a layout. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thanks a lot, Bonjiwe, from LEADER, the SEZ. Great opportunities indeed that you have highlighted to our young people. You've spoken of a number of business opportunities, the skills set. I think that is open up some eyes from our young people to look at opportunities that they might actually want to take. And I think this is providing a lot of clarity in terms of what they can actually take advantage of. We are going to be moving ahead with our program, but before we do that, I'm just going to request the following speakers to also be mindful of our time. If you see me on your screen, just know that your time is out because of the minimal time that we have at our disposal. So we are trying to really wrap this program, but ensure that we highlight the most important job opportunities available, the business opportunities available, and I think maybe we can just limit on the background information and the likes. Just go straight into the business opportunities. Just think of yourself as a young person listening at home, tuning in, wanting to know great opportunities with very limited data, maybe 2 megabytes. What is it that they will really be requesting? I know I'm pushing you, colleagues, but I'm just kindly requesting that we do that. And my apologies for that. I know that you had prepared a mouthful. I'm going to be requesting a colleague, and I'm saying this now because I know a colleague of mine, Loiso, is coming in. He's got a lot to say. I know him very well, and I know that he is very much of a person that likes to have a discussion, and I'm requesting that we try and limit the discussion to really opportunities and job opportunities that might really assist our young people from the district so that they can benefit from the opportunities. Loiso, my brother, the platform is yours. Loiso is from YEP SA. Loiso, the platform is yours.
Thank you, Chairperson. Executive Mayor of the Sekhukhune District Municipality and all protocols observed. I'll make sure that I try and do a brief one. Hence, I have ladies and gentlemen, I would like to present ourselves to you, YEPSA. We are Youth Entrepreneurship Project, a South African organization that was born out of the need of youth unemployment in the country and entrepreneurship development. We have partnered with various entities to be able to play NYDA, the Sekhukhune Development Agency, and the Sekhukhune College in the Sekhukhune area to implement these programs. YEPSA has also partnered with Harambee Youth Employment Accelerator to implement the Presidential Youth Intervention Program. The Presidential Youth Intervention Program, which has 5 priority actions to accelerate youth pathways into the economy, that a growing youth population should not be a threat to South Africa, but rather its greatest source of potential. We are planning to expand the range of opportunities available to young people, whether in further skills development, employment, work experience, entrepreneurship, or youth service, so that we can work towards a South Africa in which every young person has a place to go to. The 5 key interventions of the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention are as follows: building a pathway management that the President of the Republic of South Africa launched on the 16th of June. The second pillar, which will also be launched soon, is the implementing agile demand land workforce development programs. The third one is supporting the township and rural economy. The fourth pillar is providing opportunities for workplace experience, which is the YES program that has been running and has now been improved. And the fifth pillar, service, on which this year, when it comes up, we'll have an interesting approach, of which we are looking more at NPOs, CBOs, run by youth people on the ground in rural areas specifically, where we can transfer skill so that they are the ones responsible to run the youth programs on the ground. Instead of big organizations coming there, we want to empower youth NPOs. And I hereby request all the youth officers that are here and other members of the municipalities and organizations to assist us with the information on youth NPOs and CBOs and other similar youth formations, so that we can ensure that when the youth service is to be implemented, quickly, then let me get to the SA Youth that we wanted to share today. And we are asking you that assist in the information on SA Youth. I've got the presentations with me. I've also sent them to the municipality. SA Youth is a single national network. They call it a network of networks for all young people to access opportunities for free. It's a network of partners working together to support the youth of South Africa. And plan which sets out priority actions but if I were to outline just 3, I'll There's the challenge of no work experience. Website, all this will be published, sayouth.datafree.co. There is also a call center line, 0800 727272, or they can also email us on support@sayouth.org.za. So you'll also be able to reach SA Youth either on SA Youth pages, Facebook pages, or Harambe Facebook pages as well. Who qualifies for SA Youth? Anyone aged between 15 and 34 years can join the network. 34 years, yes. You need a South African or refugee ID number, and it's 100% free to join. I will not go through the step-by-step process. It's available in the presentations, or you can contact me after this presentation. The word seekers, they join, share, and it gives them an ability to upskill themselves. They are able to benefit by getting formal economic jobs, so learning offers South Africans the following: a single platform that all young people and all those that have earning, learning, and volunteering opportunity, as well as the opportunity provider. It is a pathway for young people through their journey to employment, helping them close their gaps to make them more employable, helping them develop side hustles, and linking them to opportunities in their area. To data free and provides young people with all tools they need. It is important that young people register and answer all questions and always keep their information up to date. Is powered by partnerships between civil society, government, and business. This partnership also enables organizations, opportunity suppliers to join the network, your government or business, as well as civil society. Here are the challenges that organizations face, level staff. Finding work seekers who live close to the place of work, long turnaround times, information to assist employers with their selection, high levels of admin required to manage paper-based applications and track the recruitment process, identifying work seekers with a level of spoken English that matches a job. SA Youth provides solutions for all the challenges mentioned above. Basically, to summarize, here is a portal offered by the presidency for all young people to register between the age of 18 and 34 on this interface. And we are also encouraging private sector, all the companies and all the organizations that are here, LEADER, Samanco, and also government departments to register on this network so that they can be able to advertise the opportunities that they offer. And all young people who join are profiled also according to geographical opportunities. Here's an opportunity for you. So we ask the youth coordinators that are here to assist us In taking the message to the ground, we want to explore what activations can we make to spread the awareness of this program so that we can have as many of our young people register on alleviate the challenge of people. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Very insightful
Hello?
presentation. The colleagues, thank you very much, Loiso. Very insightful presentation. I think this is a very good opportunity for young people to go onto the app, download the youth app. This is your app. The app is going to help you to get opportunities, employment opportunities. There is a number of youth partners that have joined in the network so that they can offer opportunities and post their opportunities on that particular platform. So I'm urging all young people, as Loiso was doing, to go onto this app and be able to upload it and tune in on a number of opportunities that might actually be posted on, and reminders on events that might be of benefit to you. We have a number of people that are constantly communicating with us via our social media platforms, Facebook in particular. Kombo Kekane was talking about the issues around the presentation that we will be sending to you. But if you haven't received the presentation, you can send us an email on mahlakwani@sekhukhune.tv at gov.za. You see, when I'm working for a college, I'm always thinking now college instead of the municipality. So it is mahlakwani@sekhukhune.gov.za, mahlakwani@sekhukhune.gov.za. But that email address has also been posted on comments on the page that is the Executive Mayor of Sekhukhune, where we are live broadcasting this particular program. Also, Masha Malani was talking about issues around infrastructure. We'll try and get a response at a later stage from the Department of Roads, but most importantly, we appreciate your interaction with us. I know you have spoken of your challenge as a street vendor, the business opportunities that you would like to benefit, the issue around infrastructure. There's going to be CEDA, a Small Enterprise Development Agency, who is going to be presenting at a later stage in our program, and they are going to also communicate their programs that might be of benefit. We'll also talk a little bit about the upcoming incubator that the TVET College is actually in plans of actually launching very soon. I think that's also going to be some of the things that is going to benefit. So thank you very much, Loiso, for your presentation. We are going to continue now with our presentation from the Sekhukhune Development Agency. Mr. Khopelo Pasha will come in, who is the acting CEO of SDA, who is going to come in and actually present to us the solutions of the SDA, particularly as they relate to strictly issues on employment of young people. What are job opportunities that the agency is busy with, and how can the young people from the district benefit from those? I'm also requesting you, Pelo, to also maybe be mindful of our time so that we can be able to note those few comments and questions that might arise from our audience. Over to you, Mr. Pasha.
Facilitator, Mr. Mkonase, and greetings to the Executive Mayor and all protocol observed. Could I kindly request that they upload the presentation of SDA so that I start presenting.
The brother, you can just continue our presenter.
Okay, I thought they will upload the presentation. of the agency.
Mr. Pasha,
Yebo,
can you try to share it from your side?
or share it from my side, ne? Let me see. I thought it will be shared from the. No, I'm battling to get it from my side. Is it there, Chairperson? No, I'm battling to share it from my side. I was actually saying I'm battling to share it from my side.
Opelo, I think it was visible earlier on.
Was it visible?
Yes, it was visible. The one you.
Yeah, I'm a bit disorganized because I thought it was going to be shared from the side of the.
No, the one you touched.
Okay.
Just a minute ago, it was visible.
Oh, it was visible.
Yeah, just
okay.
go. Yeah, that one.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, that one was. It was.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and apologies for the. I won't go to the introductions. Besides to say that Sekhukhune Development Agency is a municipal entity owned by the district municipality, and we regard it as a special purpose vehicle to facilitate and implement local and regional economic development. So that is the mandate of the agency as the bylaw.
Find your screen there, Kupelo, just to present on presentation view. Thank you.
Sorry?
And we can.
Can you see the presentation?
But we are seeing it.
Okay. Can I proceed, Chairperson?
The icon then on your bottom right, yes, yeah, the first one.
Should I continue, Chairperson?
All right. In the interest of time, maybe you can continue because we are able to see the screen, and you can just continue with what we can see because we are able to see.
Okay. I was saying that is the mandate of the agency, and in the interest of time, I will not be reading the mandate. And we also put a value proposition there, why development agencies, and I think colleagues can read this in their spare time. What is our approach to LED? We just mentioned that due to constraints, resource constraints that we have, we implement or deliver RLED through partnerships where we enter into MOUs with different companies. So what are the projects and programs that you said, Chairperson, we must specifically zoom into? The first project pipeline is the Aran Cotton Initiative. That's the description of the project and the partners. It's basically a cultivation of 2,000 hectares of cotton land under both dry and irrigation land. And we're targeting Mutse West area as the pilot for the phase 1. And our partner there is the Marlo Group, who are the technical partners as well as the investor. Affluent 12, who are the project coordinators, as well as both the district and the local municipality. In terms of the projected investment value over a period of 5 years is around 200 million, and the program is targeting 1,000 job creation opportunities over a period of 5 years. The next project, there's the electrical vehicle manufacturing hub, known as Limpopo 6000. The description of this project is the establishment of a factory or a manufacturing electrical vehicle factory. which is going to manufacture what we call tuk-tuks and the electrical buses as a governance and social economic approach. The envisaged factory is to be housed at the mining input supply park in Steelport, and we're expecting to have 2 dealerships, one in Groblersdal and one in Steelport. And the partners is Isowave. Isowave is the investor, Cllr as a strategic partner, Great North Transport, as well as Leader. The projected investment value is 100 million, and the project is targeting 500 jobs in the next 18 to 14 months. I think we've got Mashudu from Isowave who's going to provide more flesh into this project in the next presentation. Another program we have is the dry sanitation factory, which is linked to a contractor development program that the executive mayor spoke about in the morning. Through this program, we are planning to establish a factory around Ephraim Rally to manufacture dry sanitation top structures, as well as PVC pipes, granites, bricks, and other building materials that are needed in construction projects. And we'll be supplying both SDM projects as well as neighboring municipalities. And we are targeting a private partner as an investor. At the moment, we're unable to disclose a name as there are some issues there, as well as we're hoping that the DTIC will come on board through their Black Industrialist project. The projected investment value of this project is 30 million and is targeting 60 permanent jobs of young people who will be working at the factory and 150 indirect jobs in the value chain. That would be supply, transport, offloading, and all of those things. The next project or program is Artisan Development Program. This is the program that we have applied at the National Skills Fund to train electricians and plumbers, as well as cotton pickers around Sekhukhune. The project is now undergoing a final evaluation by the National Skills Fund. Just last week, they visited us and for quality assurance, and we're hoping that it will go well. The projected investment value of this program is 49 million, and we're targeting 320 trainees over a period of 24 months, who we hope that by the time they are done, they will be certified as qualified artisans, both in plumbing as well as in electricians. The next program that we are running already is a Royal Kingdom tourism frames. This is the project that aims to construct 80 royal tourism frames using labor-intensive method. We're implementing this project in collaboration with Sekhukhune Community TV, and the project is funded by national government under Presidential Employment Stimulus Package. We've applied for a value of 2 million, however, in the first phase of the project, and a grant of about 750,000 has been approved. The project is targeting 300 temporary jobs using labor-intensive methods over the next 24 months. The next project is the steel bridge replacement project. This is the erection of a new bridge and preservation of the old bridge under special presidential package in mining towns around Steelport. The project, as you know, we've appointed RAL as the implementing agent and is funded by about 8 mining companies. And the role of SDA in this project will be to ensure that the SMMEs benefit from the project, the skills development and transfer. And lastly, we ensure that we preserve the old bridge and we use it as a tourism attraction in the form of a heritage or a monument. The project value is around 80 million. However, we would not confirm the number of jobs to be created as we are waiting for RAL as the implementing agent to confirm those numbers. The next project for SDA is the development of R488 in Groblersdal. This project is undergoing feasibility study. We're going to look into how we commercialize that piece of land for development. It could be office park, it could be a youth center, or any other thing that will benefit young people. And the projected investment value at the moment, we don't want to confirm before we finalize the feasibility study, as well as the number of job creation. So our approach to LED, as we've said, is that all projects and programs are initiated by SDA has got a strong elements towards youth development, particularly on job creation, skills development, enterprise, and procurement opportunities. All companies will be required to meet youth development targets during the implementation phase, and SDA will ensure that we work and collaborate with the youth development structure, structures such as Sekhukhune Youth Council and Sekhukhune Youth Chamber of Business, to ensure that there is a youth development approach in all our projects. So in short, the program facilitator, that is our presentation. We tried to just pick up few projects, and like I said, one of our partners, Mr. Mashudu, will then put more flesh and emphasis on the Limpopo 6000 program. Thank you very much. And that is our contact details that we'll actually share with your good selves, and those who want to get in touch with the SDA can actually contact us on those listed numbers and email address. Thank you, facilitator.
Thank you very much, CEO of SDA, Mr. Pasha, for this insightful presentation on the work of the Sekhukhune Development Agency. Indeed, the agency is set to become the pillar of economic development in the district, and I think a lot of opportunities will come as a result of direct intervention of the agency, and we are very hopeful that a lot of employment opportunities will emerge as a result of such intervention. A number of projects and initiatives have already been started, as the CEO has highlighted, that there is a project that are still also earmarked for development in the district. So it's quite interesting that we have this particular agency championing the development within the district, with, of course, the support of strategic partners that are coming from all parts and sectors, the government, the private sector, and the social partners. The app that is discussed in the previous presentation, other people were inquiring on our social media platforms, is SAU app. You can Google it, you will see SAU data free app, then you will be able to join on that particular platform and be part of that particular community. Thank you very much once again, Mr. Pacha, for your support and your presentation, and as well as the informative presentation that was delivered to us. We are moving on with our program, and I don't want to kill the momentum. We can see all the speakers are really heading to the call to really try and go straight into the opportunities, particularly youth opportunities that are presented to by our young people, and presented to our young people, and the young people are already posting questions, requesting more information, and obviously these presentations will be made available on the email that was posted on our Facebook, and I will repeat it once again, is mahlakwane@sekhukhune.gov.za. mahlakwane@sekhukhune.gov.za, and that is where you can also request this presentation, but we will make sure that we will also post them on our website of the municipality. The municipality website is www.sekhukhune.gov.za, www.sekhukhune.gov.za. Our presentations for this event, a summit, will be uploaded on our website as well at a later stage. We are continuing with our program. We have Ntatema Shudu from Easy Wave Limpopo, who is going to be coming in to do a presentation for us as we eagerly anticipate his presentation on how opportunities on job creation are created by Easy Wave. Thank you very much, and Ntatema Shudu, the platform is yours.
Okay. Perfect. Hey, good morning, everyone. All protocol observed. My name is Mashudu Tawakuru. I'm the CEO of ISOWave. We have a project or a program called Limpopo 6000 ESG network. So ESG stands for environment, social, governance. So we've got this Limpopo 6000 ESG network, a provincial program, and it's going to pilot in Sekhukhune. So we've been working with SDA and Sekhukhune district municipality in terms of putting together the implementation plan in terms of how this project can come into Sekhukhune and be able to make a difference to society, as well as being able to make a difference in terms of the environment. So if we, okay, perfect. So the agenda of what I have today is basically a definition of what is Limpopo 6000 ESG network and the impact of this project on our economy, our environment, our society, as well as our youth. And just a bit in terms of history, in terms of industrialization, localization, in terms of lesson learned from the men who built America. So 5 men who built America, and what can we learn from them, and what can we tap into in order to be able to make sure this program becomes successful. And then for young people, especially those who are outside the economy, how can they learn from hackers? How can they learn from rappers? How can they learn from traders who in the 21st century economy are just becoming successful and successful and successful? And how can they tap into those skills and be able to use them to connect into Limpopo 6000 network, as well as the core solution, which is to transform Limpopo into an electric vehicle manufacturing hub, and ESG network, which is basically market, the hub that we're putting in Tubatsi, SZ, so into Tubatsi, SZ at the Glencore Supplier Park. We're looking at putting a 20,000 square meter factory, and this 20,000 square meter factory, we need a market, leveraging Limpopo 6000 network and dealerships and other stuff that we need to be able to build, be able to distribute, be able to leverage our cars and decarbonize our environment. So if we just go into what is Limpopo 6000, Limpopo 6000 aims to build 3,600 tuk-tuks, 160 circular economy electric buses in order to create 6,000 jobs. So the objective of the program or the network is being able to finance, asset finance, 3,600 tuk-tuks, 360 buses, and be able to create 6,000 jobs. And those jobs are going to be targeting disenfranchised people in youth, and preferably women, those who are retrenched, and those people with disability. So this program aims to address the issue of poverty, equality, and unemployment in rural, in township, in urban, and be able to create jobs. And in terms of where do we start? We aim to start with 120 buses. How do we build 120 buses? How do we put them on the road? And those buses are built by our young people, and those buses are sold by our young people, and those buses are driven by our young people, together with the tuk-tuks, which from tuk-tuks, the core objective was, if we're going to have a young person building an electric bus, how do we train them? You can't train them with a bus. You need to find a smaller car which they can be able to learn from. I mean, these are some of the lessons that we learned from India. I mean, when you go into India, you find these tuk-tuks, they built in India. The objective was not to build them. The objective was to transform India into the biggest industrial automotive country in the world. India produces almost 4 to 5 million cars. They are the 5th biggest producers of cars in the world. China produces around 25 million cars. When you go to China, you see these tuk-tuks, and they produce 25 million of the 90 million cars that we produce per year. You go to Thailand, when you visit there, you see the tuk-tuks. But the objective of those tuk-tuks is not to drive them, it's not to buy and sell them. It's basically to unlock the economy for industrialization, localization. So Our program is an ESG network, which is basically where the world is putting money in, banks are putting money in, because they saying they want to put money in programs that.
But over trainer go lema fela mo le lo rona le o tshwantse ga dira admin le ba mo trainile mo go gona no ba re ba dira di online a gona batho ba dira online ba ba mo.
Okay, perfect. So in terms of Limpopo 6,000 ESG network, what we aim to achieve, we aim to put a factory in Sekhukhune, SEZ, and the Creek Manufacturing Hub. We're targeting Glencore Supplier Park, and this hub is going to be creating tuk-tuks. So we'll be manufacturing tuk-tuk and electric buses. And if you put a factory, then the second question is, where is your market? Our market is very simple. We want to roll out 6 dealerships across the province, 2 of them in Sekhukhune. We're starting with the Groblersdal implementation next week, the 1st of July. So that dealership will be on the ground, will be implementing in terms of what we need to be able to put in place. And the second dealership will be in Bakersford. We're planning to engage with Glencore and other players on that side in terms of how we put this dealership, which creates 100 jobs. And the reason why it creates 100 jobs is because it's an impact dealership, it's inclusive, it's green, etc., etc. And then this dealership will be able to take capital from the banks and be able to take cars and be able to give buses to young people to drive in Maple Hall, to drive in Hamasemula, to drive all over the province. But when they're driving these buses were built in the Sekhukhune towards the SEZ. And other programs which are mostly on the tuk-tuk in terms of how do we deliver medicine from clinics direct to home, and how do we collect waste and all the other stuff that we need. At the core of what we want to do, it's a very simple thing. It's to be able to put a pilot program where we're able to train 3,000 people, young people, as well as being able to create 1,200 jobs. And when we do this, Sekhukhune district municipality will be able to take 40 to 50% of the jobs as well as the training opportunities. So if we look at this program, we basically deploying 1.2 billion in total in the factory, where the actual property is 150 million, equipment is 100 million, development and training and the impact is 50 million. So it's going to be more of a 1-to-1 ratio type of capital deployment, and dealerships where dealership will be deploying 50 million impact capital into Groblersdal, into Bakersford, and not just deploying capital, being able to deploy capital as well as being able to create 100 jobs, real jobs. Those jobs are made up of 60 to 75 SMMEs, as well as 25 people who are going to be working directly for the dealership. And why do we do this? We do this for our economy, for our environment, for our society, for our youth. If we talk about our economy, we're talking about the economy of which 28% of our GDP goes into mining. And Sekhukhune is the district where a lot of mining activities are happening. And if you look at mining, we don't create a lot of jobs. 2% of our economy in Limpopo, it's agriculture. We create around 10% jobs in the agriculture space. So a space where we struggling as a province is basically the issue of manufacturing, where it's 3%. 3% of our GDP is manufacturing. And if you look at manufacturing, it has proven itself to be a good job creator. America in 1850 to 1900 created a lot of jobs. The Chinese have created a lot of jobs. Germany created a lot of jobs by going into manufacturing, basically leveraging what God has given us, land with mine, mining or arable land that can be able to do agriculture, to be able to beneficiate in terms of manufacturing, energy and stuff. Then when you look at this, where is our challenge? Our challenge is our economy is highly concentrated. It's not growing probably now because of the pandemic, as well as the issue around climate change and a whole lot of other stuff, which just blocks the economy in terms of being able to move forward, grow, and is not very inclusive, leading to a lot of poverty, unemployment, inequality, especially amongst the youth, the women, the retrenched, and the people with disabilities. So we're looking at a scenario where over 50% of our young people are not working. Over 40% of our young people are not in employment. They're also not in education, which is a challenge. And this is basically where we have to come with Limpopo 6,000. And when we came with Limpopo 6,000, it was not something which we invented. It's something which we leverage. It's a lesson learned from the men who built America, and those people build rail, they build oil, they build steel, they build electricity, infrastructure, and then they build automotive. And then from our side, we chose to go into the space of automotive. But if you look at this diagram, this is basically the essence of what an SEZ, towards SEZ is putting in place. You need rail to be able to move goods and services from towards SEZ into rail line. We need biofuel investment into the province, into the district. I mean, Sekhukhune is rich with sunflower vegetation. And sunflower vegetation is critical in terms of the manufacturing of biofuel. Sekhukhune is rich in terms of the steel and everything that you need to be able to produce steel. And these are critical stuff that we need to be able to manufacture the cars. And so what are we doing? We decided we need to go into this automotive space. When we go into this automotive space, it represents 30% of the GDP in the country. It represents majority of export in the country. 60% of what we build in our cars, we export overseas. 40% we use it locally. So this is a way of the economy of Sekhukhune. If we put in an electric vehicle manufacturing hub there, to be able to grow and export and create jobs and decarbonize the environment. And as well as be able to help the country in terms of growing our automotive industry. So we're looking at countries like China and all these other countries. All of them, when they start producing cars, they're able to do more and more and more. I mean, this is what you need. This is the same skill set which a young person from Sekhukhune can be able to use to work in the new mine, can be able to use to work in a whole lot of other opportunities that are out there. And this is not important. This is just to show what we do is very valuable globally. The company that does what we do in terms of sorry, yeah.
Wrap up your presentation. Thanks.
Kind of perfect. Yeah. So what are we putting in place? We are putting a factory, as you saw. So we're putting a factory. It's a 20,000 square meter factory. We need around 200 young people, of which 100 of those young people needs to come from Sekhukhune. These young people will be building a bus, as well as building the tuk-tuk and other cars that are still coming. And these young people will be working around this park. And we will also be looking for establishment of an incubation hub for around 20 SMMEs for the factory. Then what else are we looking at? We're looking at establishing the 2 dealerships. This is what the dealerships looks like. So the dealerships looks like more or less of this. We'll be putting one next to the municipality, effective from the 1st, which is I think Tuesday or Wednesday. We'll be kickstarting the process of implementing this dealership. And this dealership will be offering services, will be selling the cars for the manufacturing hub, distributing energy, fleeting the cars, as well as making sure community and people are trained and all the other stuff. So what else are we able to tap into this dealership? Jobs that we're talking about, 100 jobs. They've got 100 jobs. So with this, together with the CEO, we'll be kickstarting the process of the CVs, the SMMEs that are supposed to participate in the program, and this sort of SMMEs that we're looking for, and all this information that are going to be communicated to the greater population, young people, and probably creating an app which people can be able to participate and into this economy. And when we say we're deploying 50 million, we actually deploying 50 million. So all the financial architecture and projection and stuff are there in place, and we need to train young people to be able to participate in terms of building, in terms of selling, in terms of a lot of other things that are needed. And these are the skills that we're looking for. So we're looking for young people who are going to be building cars. Young people from Sekhukhune will become the builders of cars. Young people who are going to be working in the dealership, as you saw. Young people are going to be working on the energy space, the software that we need to be able to do. The stuff we do is actually financial services by default, because each dealership is going to support 400,000 people. And so these are the kind of skills that we want to be able to take and give to young people as part of this investment into dealership, as well as investments into the electric manufacturing hub. And we kickstarting on the 1st of July in terms of the implementation on the ground. How do we onboard young people into Limpopo 6,000 network, and how do we put up the property, the first property? And in terms of what we do, phase 1 of our training will be in partnership. Phase 2, the type of stuff we do, they are not in the private college, they're not in universities, they're not anywhere. So we are forced to evolve into creating an institution and take it from there. So I think in essence, this is what we have. In conclusion, we need to put this in place in Groblersdal as well as in Beresford, as well as put the factory to put this factory in the towards the SEZ. The dealership will serve as a market for that. And if you look at what we do, what takes time is not the manufacturing. It's being able to build a viable model, viable dealership. I mean, if you look at the dealership business alone, Imperial, who also owns motors, have been in business since 1950. So we started the dealership work in September. We won't be able to do it in 3 months. You look at World and all those guys, they've been in business since 102 and 120, 1920. So we've got a factory. In conclusion, we're putting up a factory, we're putting up the dealership, we putting the cars. We need to be able to train 1,500 young people in Sekhukhune in terms of driving our cars. And if those young people are trained, we'll be able to asset finance them the cars without ACR compliance, to be precise. So a lot of these young people, they don't have access to credit. How do we give them a car? And using that car, they can be able to participate in the economy. And we won't do it alone. We're doing it in partnership with SDA, in partnership with SDM, local municipalities, private sector in terms of mines and banks who are part of the program. I think in conclusion, in the interest of time, I think that's more or less what we have.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Dr. Mashud, for the presentation. EasyWave is certainly doing a lot of good things. CEO of EasyWave, the Limpopo 6 6,000 is a good initiative. There is a lot of opportunities for small business, for those that want to aspire to be in the entrepreneurship space. There is also a lot of opportunities for upskilling, a lot of opportunities within the space of training, development, capacity. I like the fact that there is also a huge focus in terms of manufacturing, which is one of the most, has proven to be one of the most effective employment drivers and employment creation drivers at global level. And the agro-processing, taking advantage of the fact that we are indeed an agricultural district, and therefore should be advancing towards agriculture, more of an agro-processing manufacturing environment. And I think the initiative is going to certainly do a lot of good work in the district with the partners that you have highlighted. So thank you very much for this, and I think our young people will be very excited and looking at these opportunities that you have presented to us. I know a number of them are tuned in. Moroza was tuned in saying that he's attentively listening on our platforms and the radio as well. And I noted also there was a few questions from Lucia and Sam, Lucia Nkadimeng, as well as Sam Lishaba, around the issue of job seeker registration within local municipalities. We'll try and get a bit of a response into that on our social media to direct you accordingly as to where within the municipality can you be able to register for opportunities or as a job seeker in your local municipality. Thank you very much, and thank you for tuning in and listening to this live broadcast of the Summit of Young People in the Job Market. We are going to be continuing with our program now. We will be going into Lepelle North Water by Precious Mashone. I'm not sure if she is or he is Precious. Is a he. Are they on the platform? Is it? Yeah, we can. My apologies for that. Oh yes. Ndate Mashone. I'm just checking if he is live now. Okay, all right. I think we can cross over to him. The time is yours. Ndate, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. And let me take this opportunity to greet everyone. But it's still good morning. Good morning. And also protocol is observed. The apologies is accepted. Yeah, everywhere that I go, immediately when they mention Precious, they think that it's a woman. But unfortunately, I'm a guy. I was too precious to my parents. So let's go into, even I may ask that we go direct into the presentation of Lepelle North Water. Like I've said, my name is Precious Mashone, representing Lepelle North Water in the Sekhukhune region as the regional manager. So the host, can you please flag in our presentation? I'm not too sure if ever it will be flagged from your side.
Precious, maybe do you have a presentation that you can share? If you do not, maybe in the interest of time, you can just speak through, then we will upload it on our website as well as all our platform. If it's not possible, then we can just continue to speak and try at a later stage to get the document. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Chairperson. It's just that the presentation it was sent to Mr. Mashakwa, and I thought maybe he'll flag it from his side, because from where I'm sitting now, it's not ready from me. But what I'll do, I'll also use my device here to talk to the presentation. And the background, according to the background, Lepelle North Water, we are water board established in terms of Water Service Act number 108 of 1997. as the bulk water service and related water services provider, operating several water purification works and wastewater treatment schemes in the Limpopo province. We as Lepelle Northern Water, we are committed to the achievement of employment equity practices and maintenance of diversity and equity in its recruitment and employment practices. And the businesses necessitate the recruitment and appointment of suitable qualified persons who can add value and make contribution to the effective and efficient operation of Lepelle Northern Water businesses. In terms of our mission and vision, our mission, we are saying that we are changing lives through the provision of sustainable bulk water services in Limpopo. And our mission, we are saying that provision of quality water services at sustainable level to the needs of our customers. Whereby we as a Lepelle Northern Water, in terms of our values, we are saying that Lepelle Northern Water, we uphold the values underpinned by the 8 Batupile principle in the management of our operation and the manner in which we conduct our businesses, which is the excellence, integrity, accountability, agility, redress, and innovation. In terms of Lepelle Northern Water function, we are as follows: the maintenance of infrastructure, whereby it's subdivided into 4, which is the civil, the electrical, mechanical, and instrumentation technicians. And again, we are saying that in terms of our maintenance of our infrastructure, we have also the subdivision, which is the water purification, which is the potable drinking water, and also the water sanitation, which is called the sewage. And the sewage that we are operating in Limpopo, they are core-based in Sekhukhune district municipality, whereby we are operating the sewage in Groblersdal town, Stanley town, Marvelol town, and also Groblersdal town. Then another function, we have also the scientific services, whereby they are doing the water sampling of our analysis, water testing. We also have the research and development of water issues. In terms of women resources, we are saying that we are also training and developing our employees, recruitment, legal services, and also in terms of finance, we are having the billing and collection, the asset management and supply chain management. In terms of the programs that we are running as an organization, in terms of the youth, we have also the learnership. The learnership, we are running the 12-month training and also internship, whereby we are running the 24-month apprentice training on also. And also we're having what we call the apprenticeships, whereby we are taking learners straight from school to the 36 months, whereby we are training them to be, once they have finished the 36 months, they can be qualified as an artisans, either as an electrical, fitter, mechanical, and also the what we call instrumentation technician. In terms of also the professional registration, as you know that nowadays, in terms of the work that we are doing, we also need to recognize the professionals that we have in our sector. We have also taken the learners from the schools, whereby we put them on the 36-month process project to train them also to be professional in terms of the SACNAP and also in terms of the EXA. And also we have what we call the skills program, whereby that one for skills program we only run for 6 to 12 months. And also in terms of the qualification to obtain for the youth to join us as Lepelle Northern Water, we are saying that in terms of if ever you want to be in our artisans, you need to make sure that we have a grade 12. And from there, grade 12 with a minimum of entry in either electrical, mechanical, and also instrumentation technician, so that we can train you also. So there are also learners that are coming in terms of fresh from school, whereby they've done the national diploma in terms of the S-Force. Then from there, we take them and do the in-service training for them for the period of 12 months so that they can go and obtain their national diploma. And also for the degree students, we also take them. And also in terms of qualification, also for those ones, the older one with a grade 10 for learnership, we also take them and pass them through our training. And in terms of our recruitment, we are saying that in terms of our recruitment as Lepelle Northern Water, our recruitment is fair. And also where we are also advertising, we're advertising on the newspapers, the municipalities, and also the Lepelle Northern Water website. And I thank you, Chairperson.
Very, very on to the point, straightforward. Thank you very much for that. And I think young people will take a lot of opportunities that have been presented to you by from the Northern Water, and take those opportunities as they might arise. We are now going to be moving to the next presentation of Lancet Limpopo region. Dr. Mahlakwane is going to be coming on to do a presentation on behalf of Lancet. Or later. All right. Made to believe that we have some issues. We will proceed with the next speaker, the Limpopo Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Dr. Nelson Mohlopamaswi is going to be coming in to present to us on the challenge, the opportunities presented at Limpopo Chamber of Commerce and Industry. I just want to check if we have him on the line. I believe we have, and we can then proceed. Nelson, the platform is yours, Ndate. Thank you very much.
Good day, listeners, and all protocol observed, and greetings to His Worship, Councillor Ramaila. Can I ask the host to share the presentation that site?
Yeah, you perhaps Ndate, you can continue while we are loading it, maybe with the background of the institution, then you will see it popping on the screen. Thank you.
Is it visible, Chairperson?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Hello, is it visible that side?
It is visible, yes. You can continue that.
Is it visible? I think I've shared there.
Yes, it is visible. It's visible. It's visible. It's visible. It's visible.
Continue then. Let me go to. I'll just control it from this side. There's no problem. Okay. Without much waste of time, my name is Nelson Mohlopamaswi. I'm the head of transformation and localization from Limpopo Chamber of Commerce and Industry. And our background is as follows. We are here in partnership with LG-SETA to focus on the following: presentation on jobs available for Sekhukhune youth, and that is the immediate job, medium job, and long-term plans on the creation of jobs. LCCI is a provincial representative body of the private sector, and we are existing in all the 5 districts, including the Sekhukhune, and all the local 22 municipalities, including towards the Fitahomu, Ephraim Mogale, Elias Motswaledi, Makhuru Tamar. And if I want to put a little bit of flesh, we've got our leader there, executive governor, Mr. Masoro, is the one who's leading the district. And then we have got in Elias Motswaledi, the CEO is Masoro K. And in Ephraim Mogale, it's Madala MK. And in Fitahomu, we've got Ligubu TD. And in Makhuru Tamara, we've got Matenchi TD. Those are our local governors or CEOs. And we work in partnership with government, municipalities, and their agencies, as well as private sector for corporate social responsibility. We have tried to summarize the challenges that are faced by youth Youth employment challenges are more about availabilities of jobs than jobs or the abilities. In essence, we are trying to say, even if the youth were having the abilities or skills, but there are no spaces for them to work. That is how we view it. So we need to create suitable jobs for the youth. According to our observation, the total youth unemployment rate remains at 74%, more than double that of older workers. Young people are frustrated by constant cycle of finding and taking up training and employment opportunities without making progress towards a longer-term career. Only about 28% of youth who participate in employable programs get jobs. Many young people never complete secondary school, and majority of school dropouts are young girls. Young people with limited education and skills will face various difficulties when they seek to enter the labor market. The young employment challenge should be addressed through a network approach. It means that a broad coalition between government, employers, workers, youth, and other actors in the civil society should be formed, and mechanisms should be put in place for such network to function in a sustainable and durable manner. Private sector involvement is important in the fields of training, internships, and mentorships for entrepreneurs, besides their main role in the field of job creation. We have already received presentations from different institutions and stakeholders. And in that case, if there can be intense collaboration, I think we can actually mitigate this particular shortage of employment that is faced by youth. Availability of jobs for Sekhukhune. Now we are specific. As a chamber, we have got 600 jobs that we are guaranteeing, that is on the survey and feasibility studies. As the first step, we need to gain clear understanding of the structure of our economy locally, hence the survey and feasibility. In partnership with higher learning institution, University of Venda, we include both educated and uneducated youth. Hence, we have indicated in our previous slide that most of our youth who are not working, some are educated and some are uneducated. And we have already indicated that the problem is not the issue of lack of skills, but the availability of jobs. And we are focusing on 22-seater areas to employ 5 youth per sector per municipality, and that will give you 550 employed. When it comes to the support for SMMEs and self-employed, we've got 3,000 jobs that are there. Access to information, the agents and hubs, business administration, documentation, CIP, SARS, etc., business operations, priority sectors, mining, all those particular sectors. When we check, we've got the 3,000 jobs that are already in place. I'll just run just because of time, and I'll just take questions as they arise. Now, plans for job creations. One might ask, how do you expect to create such particular number of jobs, the 3,000 jobs and the 600 jobs that were mentioned in the previous slides? There are plans to establish a cooperative bank, and our cooperative bank already is at an advanced stage, and whereby the people will have access to capital, will have access to investment, and we are going to collaborate with development agencies. If you can check, most of the problems that were mentioned by previous presenters is that the youth are actually having challenges when it comes to capital. Every project, every job needs capital. So with our bank, and a cooperative bank, we are in a position to assist in job creation. We have got franchises. As a chamber, we've got franchises in the retail sector. We've got franchises in the agricultural sector. And we've got franchise in the energy and ICT space. In this particular franchise lines, we are going to create what you call a value chain. And as you realize that for now, there are different traditional value chains that are already locked, and it is impossible for our youth to actually penetrate. So when it comes to franchise line, the entry and control of full chain, we've got cooperatives in every sector with priority on agriculture, tourism, manufacturing, retail, telecoms, property development, and mining. And also we've got regional independent franchise, like the family franchise. For example, we have already started with the Taposa franchise in the retail sector, whereby any youth, it's welcome to come and take up a franchise with us as a sector. Now we've got also the incubation, we've got the incubation hubs. Like I've indicated that now we have got partnership with LG SETA. Every sector as per the sector line will be incubated. There will be speed establishment of sustainable SMME to be able to create jobs, encourage self-employment, particularly in the professional consultancy space and the global competitiveness. And we have got the social entrepreneurship space. That is another sector of our chamber, whereby we are calling it corporate social responsibility. That is aiming at youth activities, early childhood centers, soft skill, extramural activities. That is where we'll be looking at the talents. Right. We need to enter into formal partnership with the municipality. MOUs already sent to municipalities. We have the targets in place for the 2021-2022 and are achievable for 3,600 works or opportunities. Now, taking a look at what was happening previously, these are one of the shops that were there previously. And if you check, they were previously occupied by old people. And now if you check, these particular shops are now occupied by other people. We may not dwell much into this particular one, but already we have got franchises that are in place that you are going to see in the forthcoming slide. This is what we used to have, if you check. And now this is one of our franchise, the Kauleza one and the Sagrigo one. The Sagrigo is about agriculture, where we are going to have shops like the NTK, but in our case, it will be Sagrigo, because we want to establish our family franchise, whereby it will be easy for our people to access. And on this side of the Kauleza, that is where we're going to have the wholesale and the spaza. And in this case, we are going to seek the assistance of the municipalities just to embrace and adopt the Libra Act that was actually given to them by LIDET, so that we can actually work harmoniously without any disturbance. And this one is for Sagrigo, if you can check. So however, this is for the sake of the presentation, because we are intending to meet with the municipalities very soon, just to make our presentations in details, such that we can
take questions as much as we can get, and then we can be able to provide clarities there. So I think this will be my last slide.
Maswi for that presentation on Limpopo Chamber of Commerce and Industry. The great opportunities that have been presented, I noted quietly the cooperative bank, the issues around getting investments into the district by its own very own people, which is one of the very, very critical aspect of developing our district. If we are unable to invest in our own district ourselves through, pooling resources, we are not going to be able to move forward. So I note with very much interest the creation of the cooperative bank, the opportunities that are presented by your franchise lines, incubation hubs that you presented, as well as social hubs that you are in plans of rolling out with your strategic partners. And I think those are very much interesting things for young people, because from now on they're going to be looking at these opportunities and saying to themselves how can they benefit and how they can be in a position to actually get employment from such initiatives. So we thank you very much for that, and we appreciate the presentation. Also, let me acknowledge in our presence in the platform also our Chief Whip. In the midst, we appreciate the presence of the Chief Whip, and we are going to be continuing with our program, continuing with the presentation from Lancet, Limpopo region, which is Dr. Mahlakwane. I am made to believe that they are already on the platform, ready for the presentation. May I also request Dr. Mahlakwane to also try and stick to the time. If possible, just go straight into the opportunities presented by Lancet so that we can be able to interrogate and be able to interact with the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Good day, actually. I'm going to try and share my presentation with you. Please just allow me to go into it. Is it visible? And am I audible? Chair, am I audible and visible in terms of the presentation that I'm sharing?
Thank you.
I'm not hearing anything. Can you hear me?
Dr. Mahlakwane, we
Yes,
are
can you
unable
hear
to
me now?
get audio now, but we're able to hear you.
You're able to hear me?
Try and unmute. Click on the button that says unmute.
Can you hear me now?
Perfectly. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I then begin and continue with my presentation? Thank you very much. Thank you very much to my home region, Sekhukhune, for inviting us to come and do our presentation, and also as a form of accountability to find out what is it that we have covered so far in terms of employment. I'm going to be very brief and my slides are very few, so I'll try and go through them very quickly. And just a bit of introduction of myself. I am Mabitsela Matlakwane. I'm originally from 8K Tlankawi, and I'm now currently staying in Mogorwane. So I'm a resident of Sekhukhune. I'm a regional pathologist or regional head of Lancet. By qualification, I'm a histopathologist, and I'm also a partner in Lancet. So I'm one of the owners of Lancet Laboratories. So I'm being mandated to run the region of Limpopo. Now, just as a form of introduction, Lancet Laboratories has got it is the leading pathology practice throughout Africa. We provide very vital diagnostic and monitoring pathology services in the countries that I've listed here, over 11 countries in Africa. That's where we are existing. We are committed to providing a diagnostic excellence, and we are also accredited with some authorities, and we are also adhering to international standards as outlined by ISO standard 15189. So we operate predominantly in the private sector. So you find us commonly in private hospitals, and where we are in areas where there are no hospitals, we are running our own laboratories and also depots. In terms of the skills that are required, or skills that are required by Lancet, we have got a number of posts that are available, but those posts are available with requirements. We have, for example, marketing, where we have got a prerequisite of a relevant degree or diploma. Nursing prerequisites includes the enrolled nurses must have a driver's license, full registration with South African Nursing Council, and a relevant degree and diploma. A registered nurse should have a driver's license, SANC registration, as well as a relevant diploma. We have recently begun a process of in-house training of phlebotomists, which are people that are assisting the nurses in terms of bleeding. These we train in-house and we distribute them throughout the province. We have successfully, good news for the region. I've got one lady that is coming from the Sekhukhune area that has completed phlebotomy last year, and she's currently full-time employed within the practice. Technical, these are people that I regard them as clever people in the entire place of Lancet, because they're the ones that are operating the machines. We've got medical lab assistants, medical technologists, and medical technicians. Medical lab assistants, we are training in-house. We train them in-house, and then we allow them for vertical integration to be moved into medical technology, the medical technician, as well as medical technology. IT, preferably grade 12 and a relevant IT qualification. And we have got some scientists, particularly in Gauteng region, where we are running more detailed cumbersome tests. And these are people that are having BSc in the medical science or BSc in pure natural sciences, but choosing microbiology as one of their qualifications. Pathologists, this is an area where I think is a rare skill, and I'm giving a challenge to the conveners of this youth summit in the region to have a target. I'm the only histopathologist, or I'm the only pathologist in Sekhukhune region, especially in clinical medicine or in laboratory science. My challenge to you all is that we need to add more. Here are the platforms. You've got anatomical pathology, histopathology, cytopathology, which I've got that qualification. We've got clinical pathology, hematopathology, molecular pathology, microbiologist, virology, and chemical pathologist. We don't have this in Sekhukhune, and we have got the dire need, and the services are actually required. So if you can check most of the patients in the rural hospitals, especially in St. Rita's, Jane Fairs, and all these other hospitals, when they require histopathology services, the samples have to be sent to Polokwane, and some samples are sent to George Mukari in Gauteng. So that is a challenge that I'm giving to the district, to say we need to work very hard in career guidance and encourage our youth to start beginning to think about this kind of qualifications to ensure that they assist the communities. The prerequisite for being a pathologist is an MBCHB, which is a medical qualification. The next slide, I'll say in addition to the other careers opportunities that I've outlined in the previous slides, we have got admin clerks and client services. And these are people that are having basically grade 12 able to converse in English. And when you're having a BSc is an advantage. We are saying BSc is an advantage because in the current setting, we are having a lot of BSc students that are unemployed. And the majority of these, they understand basic medical language, and they don't give us issues when we're giving them tasks to take over calls and also assist clients in the front. But we are still open to a pure grade 12 student who just qualified without any post-secondary qualification. We have got route couriers. These are our drivers and the side couriers. A valid driver's license is the only prerequisite. And the other opportunity is in the cleaners where there is no prerequisite. But my principle, I prefer to hire young people because they enable you to have a vertical integration. And I'll explain to you what do I mean by vertical integration in the next slides. In addition to the two slides that I've outlined above, are two other opportunities: biomedical technology internships. These are students that are coming in after they've qualified from the colleges with or the technical universities with BTech. They come through for internships and then we can absorb them within the system. And the phlebotomy internship, these are students that we are taking straight from matric. Some we take them with BSc and we give them training, then they can be able to bleed the clients. And in addition to this, when I spoke about vertical integration, majority of the staff members that are currently in the admin area in Limpopo, they started as drivers. We used to have female drivers. We have taken them and integrated them into admin because we only need a matric. So that is why I said I normally prefer to hire youth because I know they can be able to be integrated and they can be able to do online courses. Now, let's go to the good news. I've got two branches in Sekhukhune. One is in Groblersdal and the other one is in Beggarsford. These are branches that are servicing the Sekhukhune area, and in due course, probably in a year or two, we might be expanding to have the third one, probably around the Genfest area, which is what we are thinking of now, to enhance the services that are delivered there. Currently, we have got Groblersdal and Beggarsford, and majority of the staff members here are coming from Sekhukhune, and they are full-time residents in that area by birth and also by residence. In addition to that, here is the outline. I think currently, this is not a promise, is what is currently happening. We are having as Sekhukhune a percentage of 16%. The amount of staff members that are hired in Lancet in the region, 16% of them are coming from Sekhukhune. And these people are in the following categories. I've put myself there because I come from Sekhukhune as a partner and pathologist in Lancet. I've got two senior technical staff members. One is a lab manager in Beggarsford and one is a lab manager in the Wahom. Both these two ladies are coming from Sekhukhune. And then we have got 7 staff members already that are appointed, that are general techs, that are coming from Sekhukhune. Nursing division, we have got 2 senior nurses. One is in charge of the Groblersdal depot and one is in charge of the Polokwane nurses. These are 2 staff members that are coming from Sekhukhune as senior nurses. And I've got general nursing, 5 staff members. Admins, you've got 4. And the couriers, 6 couriers that are in Limpopo employed in Lancet. They're coming from Sekhukhune, and the cleaners is 2. So in total, out of about 171 staff members, 27 staff members are coming from Sekhukhune with a percentage contribution or share of 16%. So I think it is something that needs to be appreciated by the municipality as a contribution from the private sector, in particular Lancet Laboratories. And this is happening because of your support and the support of the mining sectors that are there and corporate. So we appreciate the support that we are having. We wish to hire more, but that more can only come when we've got support in projects and support in clientele that is coming through to the region. And in conclusion, we are available at the following address: www.lancet.co.za. The Polokwane Regional Office can be contacted through 015-294-0400. The National Office, because there are other posts at National Office, 011-358-0800. I wish to say this again. Lancet Laboratories is the only Afrocentric private laboratory company in the country. We proud ourselves by being the leader in employment of Africans, in particular the previously disadvantaged. So if you look at the majority of staff members within the practice, most of them, they're coming from the rural areas of the country, and some of them are also including employees from Sekhukhune. So these contacts should be used in those that are seeking for jobs, and we encourage people to also go through the internet and go in our HR website through www.lancet.co.za and find out if there are any jobs and also apply. So thank you, Chair. That is all in brief from Lancet Laboratories, and we thank you for your support and we wish to partner with you going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mahlakwane, for this insightful presentation on Lancet, which is one of the most successful private laboratory in the country, if not the continent. And the employment contribution that you have in the district is also admirable and acknowledged. What is also significant is to note also the challenge that you are posing on to us, people in the training space as well, institutions of higher learning, institutions such as the TVET colleges within the district, institutions that are responsible for skills development, is to train more of our people, young people, to be pathologists, to play in the space as well, so that they can also enjoy the benefits provided by many opportunities that you've highlighted within the district. And I'm so happy that there is also an expansion that is being projected in a form of new labs being rolled out within the district, which I think those are some of the things that at this point in time, in this dire need of employment within the country, we certainly need. But what is so critical from also your address is the issue of upskilling people so that when they are better skilled, we can even export such skills to other districts in the country or anywhere in the country, because we would have the necessary skill set from our local people that have been trained towards that. And when opportunities also arise within the district, they can be able to take those particular opportunities. So thank you very much for this presentation. We hope that our young people were listening attentively, taking notes, so that they can then make further engagements from the details and contact details that have been shared to, so that they can request the information on any other opportunities that they might arise. Thank you very much, Doc, and we are hopeful that we are going to continue having this partnership together with the district so that we roll out more opportunities for employment. Now we are going to be continuing with Lerato Mukwena. Sorry, we are going to be going to the Greater Mandax Cooperative by Zebogo Mohlala, who is going to be presenting on what the cooperative is all about and what are the opportunities for employment that are created in the district, and how young people can actually take those opportunities and be able to embrace them and see how to improve their lives. I just want to see if we have them connected on the line so that we can just go straight. You must also remember that we are requesting that we try as much as possible to actually stick to the time, the limitations that we have. Okay. I'm just made to believe that we will just skip a little bit of the cooperative and go straight into Small Enterprise Development Agency. Godfrey Malemu is here, is already tuned in, going to discussing opportunities for small businesses, our young people that want to go and get into more involved with small businesses. How can they start their own businesses? How can they expand their small businesses? We are going to be given a presentation by Godfrey, who is representing Ntate Nchangase from CEDA. Godfrey, the platform is all yours, my brother, if you can hear me.
Morning. Yes, I'm with you. Morning, colleagues. All protocols observed. PD, can I share right now? Program Director?
The document so that the PowerPoint presentation.
Okay, I hope you can see my presentation.
To project the PowerPoint presentation.
There it is, I for IR. Thank you, everybody, and thank you for allowing me to struggle a bit as I introduce myself to the fourth IR world. As CEDA, it should be understood. I hope I'm audible, Piri. As CEDA, then it should be seen that we are an agency that is housed and owned by the Department of Small Business. And we are established in terms of an act, of Small Business Act. And then now the issue is our mandate. That. Are you okay? Yeah, you see, where should I do?
It appears that we have lost CEDA, so we will continue with our presentation for greater. We will just continue with another presentation and establish what would be the issues with CEDA's presentation, and then we will see if we can reconvene. Yeah, let's continue with the presentation of Greater Mandax Cooperative. I'm just checking if Tsepo is ready on the line so that we can just go straight to him. All right, I see Tsepo is already on the waiting for the presentation to be uploaded. Once again, remember we are live on our social media platforms. Post your questions and comments. We will revisit those so that we can also see if there are any burning questions that we want to respond. And I will request also our colleagues to also just await our request to respond should there be a need for specific responses to actually be communicated to our audience. I'm happy to also note that we are live in a number of community radio stations across our district, which is making us to be as much audible and visible out there as possible, communicating the message of young people that are striving for employment, but most importantly also looking at employment creation, which is a very important element currently. If you remember what the executive mayor was saying in his opening address, highlighting that as much as we want to seek jobs, but we also want to create employment. So certainly encouraging the spirit of entrepreneurship, the spirit of young people wanting to start their businesses, wanting to be more involved in driving the economy of the district. And I think that is one of the areas that we need to really explore to its fullest potential, because it has the impact and the positive impact of job creation at large scale if we were to consider ourselves as job creators. I am not... All right, Tsepo, if you are able to hear me, can you please upload your presentation so that you can have the platform to start? Perhaps in the interim, you can continue introducing yourself while uploading if you are able to. If you are unable to upload your presentation, you can just continue with your presentation as it is, trying to also stick to the time constraints that we are having at the present moment. I will appreciate that. Thanks a lot, Tsepo. Can you unmute yourself, Tsepo?
The Greater Mandavsuk Mixed Farming Agricultural Primary Cooperative. The cooperative was established in Mandavsuk by some plot owners who...
Can I just interject and request that you maybe limit the background noise, which might not be favorable for also our broadcasting as well. Can you just, I don't know if there is background sound, perhaps, or people speaking behind you, so that we can hear a clear audio from your side. Thank you very much.
Okay, no. Yeah, so the cooperative, it was established by the plot owners, from a few plot owners from Mandavsuk, where they combined their farms to want to start a mixed farming project, and mixed with some few community young people who, when we said we're going to start with the farming, they said now let's start with the buy and sell before we start establishing the farm, so that we can start raising some funds, so that we can not only looking at government to assist by maybe trying to do something before government comes on board or any support system comes on board. So the first thing we did was to look at, so we decided to do a skills development hub, because as a cooperative, one of the principles of a cooperative is to to develop the community where you operate. So we said, no, let's start with the skills development, because even myself, I'm from the background of training and development. So we started approaching the SETAs, and when we spoke to HW SETA, they said, no, there's an opportunity at the HW SETA where they are looking for community-based organizations which can manage their skills development programs in different communities. So when they looked at Sekhukhune, the Greater Mandarsuk Mixed Farming was already engaging with them on the skills development. So they started registering the Greater Mandarsuk Mixed Farming Cooperative as the employer on their database. So what it means now is that in Sekhukhune, there is only one cooperative that has been registered on that database as an employer to manage the skills development projects of HW SETA in Sekhukhune. So what we have done, we started in Mandarsuk as a pilot, but the program will be rolled out the whole Sekhukhune or the whole province, where we are going to recruit young people and unemployed people to create a database and categorize them in different opportunities that the SETA is availing. For example, those who've got grade 12 will be rolled out in different learnerships, and those who have N6 will be integrated into a workplace experiential learning, and those who have completed degrees and graduated at the universities will be put into the internships, and those with grade 10 or grade 9 can be put under skills programs, and those who are less than grade 7 can be put on the ABET AET, Adult Education and Training, because the AET that we're going to facilitate will be the one where we can train people on how to cook or how to do safety clothes and all that. So when they do, it's not only the ABET learning, the old ABET learning. This one is it's also numeracy and literacy and also home-based skills. So currently in the program that we do with the SETA, currently we have about 105 learners in Mandarsuk. The nice thing about it is that we do the skills project management. We don't provide the skills on our own. So what we do, we created the database of learners and categorized them into different skill sets based on those opportunities. Then we identified the scarce skills based on the economic landscape of Sekhukhune, and then we identified those list of skills, and then we took those learners into the community skills, and then we took maybe the top 20 skills, then we sent to the SETA, and then the SETA approved about 14 skills, and then we came back to the learners and said, no, these are the skills that were approved, and then we started linking the learners from the database with those skills, and then we started screening and interviewing the learners, and then after that, then we had a list of skills and list of learners that needs to be in those programs. So the skills that we were currently approved was the occupational health, safety and environment, underground hard rock breaking, water and wastewater treatment, underground trackless mobile machinery, surface excavation mobile machinery, higher certificate in nursing, phlebotomy techniques, mineral processing, security, mixed farming, supply chain management, emergency medical service, millwright artisan programs, electrical apprenticeship program, social work, early childhood development, and health promotion officer. So in those skills, we started with the occupational health and safety, water and wastewater, public health officer, millwright artisan. But for millwright artisan, we took 5 of the learners to an area called Denacol in Natal, where they will be doing that millwright artisan. And all these learners will be getting stipends from the CTA. Those who are doing the 3,000 rand stipend millwright artisan skills are getting about 6,000 rand stipend, and they'll be doing theory and practical until they complete. And already HWC has secured a full-time job for them, those who are doing millwright artisan. So they're busy now doing practicals at ArcelorMittal. And on top of that, the CTA added some driver's license for those who doesn't have driver's license. They paid for them to get their driver's license. So what we want to do now, the opportunity that is there is that we are busy collecting CVs of learners around Sekhukhune district and creating a database, because as a chairperson, I'm also registered as a skills development facilitator and have a portal profile at the HWC where I'm able to register the community-based organizations that falls under HWC set of skills. I register them as employers too, so that they can also get funding to fund the training of their workers and the training of the communities where they operate. So whatever that is being done by the Greater Mandasuk, we could have more than 20 to 50 community-based organizations in the whole Sekhukhune that will be funded for training. So together, if we can share combined every year, if we upload learners every year, together combined as 50 community-based organizations, we will be bringing a lot of money in Sekhukhune, and then we will be developing a lot of unemployed youth in Sekhukhune. So we wanted to do a central office. So we've established a central office in Mandasuk where all the CVs are being collected and captured. And we are busy also engaging Sekhukhune District Municipality. We already have an MOU with Sekhukhune District Municipality to bring our learners who are doing skills that are relevant to the municipality so that they can do practicals there. We already have water and wastewater treatment learners who are going to start with the practicals at the municipalities' water purification plants in different areas of Sekhukhune. So we want to roll out this program every year to different communities in the district. So we will be engaging the district and see how we can work together to get more practical workspaces for all these learners that we are going to be trained.
A lot of plans.
Using the term Mashala a little bit as due to connectivity issues, but I'm requesting that if he's able to just probably wrap up his presentation so that we don't lose a lot of what he wanted to say. All right, I think we have lost him and we are going to continue with our program, but I want to just appreciate the presentation that was made by Tsepo. He's talking about opportunities, particularly within the training space, for young people to be upskilled accordingly, and also his request for partners to come on board, support the greater Mandang cooperative so that it is able to offer opportunities for work placement for these people, young people that are going to be trained by the cooperative. So that is, I think, an area for partnership. It's an area of interest of a lot of ecosystem partners that can come in and support the initiative. But I think our young people have taken note of the greater opportunities available within the training space, within the opportunities of capacity building in a form of improvement of skills and opportunities presented by the apprenticeship programs that are actually presented to. So thank you very much, Tsepo, for the presentation. We are going to be sharing the presentation on our platform so that even those that had issues with connectivity can be able to actually get what you wanted to say. So we are moving towards the closure of our program, and I want to just appreciate all the presenters who have dedicated their time, effort to present solutions, opportunities for our young people, and indeed create an environment where there is an influx of comments and questions around the jobs and how they can actually get the opportunities. I want to just move a little bit towards seeing that we have lost the presentation of Cllr. I would like to present a incubation center policy. Sorry, my apologies. I would like to present the presentation on the incubation center that is at Sekhukhune. I'm just requesting that my colleagues project the presentation. You know, when you are a program director, you can steal time from yourself to do other things. And now I'm stealing time to present the Center for Entrepreneurship and Rapid Incubator. This is a new center that is being established at the Sekhukhune TVET College in partnership with the Department of Small Business Development, in partnership with the Small Enterprise Development Agency. And I'm taking this time particularly because we didn't also have an opportunity to get the presentation from Cllr. The center's policy, the presentation on center is presented by myself as a person responsible for heading up the center at the college. I'm just going to request someone to just continuously move on the slides. You can just continue again. I'll just let you know if you need to stop. Ideally, I would like to have been the one doing it myself so that I don't. Yeah, so the aim of having this center is to assist particularly young people and students in particular to start businesses, grow their businesses so that they become sustainable entities. The idea around this is to ensure that we create an environment where our young people move from this train of job seeking and start to create more employment opportunities. And I know a lot of young people, they are sitting at home listening to radio and asking themselves, but we've been wanting to create jobs, but there's no support. Government is not supporting. There isn't enough, resources to support our initiatives. We are starting. Someone on Facebook was saying just a couple of minutes ago that they have been trying to start their business, but there is no support where they are. And part of the reason why we are establishing this center is to assist this. We've had a lot of influx in terms of young people creating the issue, young people starting, going to TVET colleges, going to universities. At a later stage, you find that they are sitting at home without any employment opportunities. So the TVET college entered into this partnership with the Small Business Development Agency so that they can establish this center. The center is currently being refurbished, being built, so to say, so that it offers opportunities for anyone, young people. It can be a student, but primarily we are focusing on any young person from the district. Our intention here is to create an environment where we are an entrepreneur's friend. We want to create an environment where we create small businesses that are going to be sustainable and ultimately contribute in the future of the district as well as that of the country. The center is going to be located at CS Balo in Motetema here in the district of Sekhukhune, and we are going to be operating from that particular office but servicing all the campuses and the local municipalities within the district. What we want to do with the center is going to have an innovation and a maker space. An innovation is a space will be a space where young people's creative thinking is ignited. They go into the space, they find resources that they can use free of charge so that they are able to create whatever it is that they want. In the maker space, they will be able to come up, design their own solution using any of our computer-aided softwares, be able to also print using our 3D printing solutions that will be available there, and be able to start seeking markets. We will have a number of other equipments and tools that will be used by our incubatees or clients so that they can start their businesses, find market solution, able to actually sell those particular products that they would. Basically, we are creating an environment where you can prototype, have a product that is on that you can be able to test, put it out there in the market. There is a number of other things that the center will also do: business training, assisting with finance, high-speed internet access, and the likes. I just want to quickly go into the incubation model of the center. So we will put out a call inviting all people that are in business, particularly young people who want to start businesses or already in businesses, to be involved in our incubator under this particular model, and the duration of which will be around 3 years, including pre-incubation as well as post-incubation. So there's going to be a lot of work. We are not going to take a person just for a day or two. We are going to take you on a journey of entrepreneurship, hoping that when you leave the incubation center, you are more sustainable. You will not need us to be able to continue with your business. So there's going to be a very rigorous kind of selection process that will be followed, but the calls will be on our social media platforms, it will be on our partner social media platforms, it will be on websites and the likes, and probably in some local newspapers. And we'll also have some of that also communicated with our community news, community radio station, so that a lot of young people can apply. I just want to quickly just show those that can be able to say, I know if you are sitting at home and you are listening, you will not be able to have this, but you will see it on the presentations, wherein you are looking at the outlook and the outline of how the center is going to be. Those are just mere graphics of how it's going to be, and currently the processes are underway to complete and finalize the center so that it is launched officially before the end of this year, hopefully. So you will see the center's intention is to ignite that thinking element, that innovation element of a young person comes in, they are able to have an environment that is conducive for them to be able to, think creatively. Not only just think, but also try and act accordingly. Yeah, so I think I needed to just show you particularly that as one of the exciting opportunities that is coming in the next few months, wherein we will be inviting the young people to be able. Those were just our partners that we have already started partnerships with, and working with so that we can roll out some of our programs. Currently, there was a program that we were running with MTN. It's currently still in progress, wherein young people from the district, particularly those that are graduates from Sekhukhune TVET College, were taken in and have already been given a training. Now they are going to be assisted with pitching their ideas. They're going to be a competition. Then they're going to win some prizes. Some of it is money that is going to be invested into their business. So at the end of it all, what we want to achieve with this is to ensure that our young people not only think of going out and knocking in people's doors to find employment, but they also think, how can I also do something that's going to create employment for other people? Do I have an innovative business idea that I've been sitting on and nothing has happened with that particular business idea? And this is an opportunity for them to be able to get supported and assisted. So I think I wanted to pass by on that one so that they know that in as far as opportunities is concerned, there is this particular incubation center that is coming to support the small businesses. So they can follow us on social media platforms. We have a Facebook page, we have Instagram, we have LinkedIn. We've got all of them so that we can, reach out to as many people as possible in the district. So a lot of communication is already there on our programs and that of our partners. All right, thank you very much. Moving now towards the closure of our, jam-packed program that has been very, very fruitful, very insightful, provided us with a lot to actually think about. We are moving towards the end of this, but before we move towards the end of this, I'm going to ask Isaac, I'm not sure where he is, to just quickly come and do a few announcements before we ask our Chief Whip to do a vote of thanks for us before we close. While we are still waiting for him as he's being called, I just want to highlight a few keynotes from our program today. We have had an interesting program wherein it was started with our executive mayor, who gave a huge overview keynote address in terms of how young people are struggling and what are the solutions towards bringing that struggle to an end. I was thinking as the mayor was talking that if you are sitting at home and you are listening to this, you probably are like, I've heard a lot of speakers talking about these things, but we want us to change that mentality so that we are more of action-driven individuals. So what we've attempted with our program to do was to ensure that the speakers present actual opportunities as opposed to just mere intentions that are not backed by any actions to follow. So I'm very much happy that we have been able to live up to that expectation. A number of programs, initiatives, solutions have been presented to our young people, and obviously the onus is now on them to follow these through. Yes, we acknowledge we are not doing enough for our young people, and we are partnering with a lot of people that have got the shared interest to be able to take our young people forward. So I'm going to request Isaac to come and just do a little bit of intro announcements before we allow the Chief Whip to do a vote of thanks and close our program officially.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much, Program Director. Of course, in the interest of time, also respecting the airtime that we bought from our 5 local radio stations, Sekhukhune FM, Mutse FM, Tabanchu, Masemola FM, and as well as Stewards FM. We really thanks for that airtime. We have done this program simply because we wanted to try to kill the pandemic that is within our young people in Sekhukhune. However, this was the first annual job summit where we are planning to do the next one next year, same time. In between, of course, we've got our progressive youth councils throughout Sekhukhune district, where I think it's important that young people must be able to know their leaders. In the district youth offices under ourselves, and also Jeff Mashu is also the convener. And then in the Elias Mutswale, the chairperson of the youth council, there is Pesima Hlangu, and the youth officer is Ndisetla and Kabelo Moganedi. So I'm sure they will get assistance when they approach those municipalities. Makuru Tamaga, we have chairperson Khaladi Magua and Kharima Tunye. And in Fetago Mutubati, you've got a newly elected chairperson of Youth Council, Mr. Mafata, and youth officer there is Mr. Huete. And if I'm Mogali, we've got Youth Council that is led by Alex, and youth officer is Elia Munyaman. I'm mentioning these names so that young people out there, they can be able to get in touch with them and with us as well. In between now and next year, especially in monitoring whether these presentations are going to be made real as promised by our wonderful presenters who presented today. Again, I think we need to announce that in our website, www.sekhukhunedistrict.gov.za, at the bottom left, there is a tab, youth there. So you'll be able to see our presentations, or the presentations rather. And we also have documents that we appeal that young people must be able to comment and be able to give some inputs, youth policy, as well as the youth development strategy that is in our website, Chairperson. I think it was going to be important for us to announce in that fashion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Isaac, for those announcements. I am just being reminded that there are 2 more speakers before we allow vote of thanks. So I'm going to ask them, one from CEDA and the other one from the Municipality Agricultural College, that they present but with caution of time constraints. I'm going to just give them 5 minutes each to actually start their presentation. So I will start with a colleague from Tompisileka Agricultural College. Then lastly it will be CEDA, and I hope that we will not have the issues that we've had with CEDA previously, so that we, colleagues, let's just go straight into the opportunities. Let's go straight into the job opportunities that might be of interest to our young people due to the time constraint. My apology. I know that we are trying. When you have a program such as this, when it's online, it's not like it's physical. In a physical environment, it's different. But to be on your screen for the entire day is not an advisable thing. So we are trying to really shorten it as much as possible. And I really appreciate your understanding in this regard. And I'm going to call the colleague from Tombisileke Agricultural College to start the presentation. I'm just going to give them 5 minutes, please, to just, highlight those key things. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I hope I'm audible, and thanks for the opportunity. We had other commitments in the morning and we were guided by the program, but nonetheless, let's move to the important things. For the youth of Sekhukhune, Chairperson and Honorable, we are looking at ensuring that in line with the national strategy on vocational training, we as a College of Agriculture are also participants. And the issues that I want to highlight, Chair, especially for non-higher education programs, because we've been telling the youth to attend school for so long, it's time we stop that. I want to refer the audience to the programs that we have that are learnerships, recognition of prior learning to achieve certificates, short learning programs, accredited and non-accredited. All those are geared towards not only getting people working, but also geared towards people learning to create businesses. The first one being a learnership is the one that people are placed on to get a formal qualification at the same time when they are gaining experience. And recognition of prior learning says there are people that were not as lucky to be able to go to school or not school under conditions that allow them to be entrepreneurial. So what we do is we recognize the knowledge that you have through an assessment, which could either be verbal or written, depending on the level of your literacy and numeracy. And you are therefore able to be declared a qualified person on the basis of the knowledge acquired. And that enables you, when you speak to the likes of CEDA and so on, for them to be able to value your own capital as a human resource towards the management of the business. And the short learning programs are based mainly for people that are already having entrepreneurial activities that they can then improve from there. But allow me, Chairperson, just to quickly run through the opportunities that we have for our youth in the Sekhukhune. The first one being student interns. We as a college place students on the student internship for them to complete some of their requirements of their qualifications. For example, in HR, for example, in finance and so on, so that they meet the work integrated learning requirement and produce the reports. And when we place them, just for purposes of incentivizing them and making sure that they learn in earnest, we give them stipends. We do not call it a salary, it's a stipend because it's informed by the basic needs of what would be a student at that stage. Graduate interns, with all the jobs that get advertised, you realize that there's a requirement of 2 to 3 years experience. And we have now extended some of our programs to extend to 2 years, where we place students that have completed their qualifications in tutelage for them to learn on aspects that the college run, and that ranges from lectureship, technician, support people like finance and so on and so forth. And all of them are also paid whilst they run the internship program. We have funded learnerships as well, mostly that we work with our Sector Education Training Authority, AgriCita. And when we place these students, that is where we really become instrumental in the development, especially of the people that are disadvantaged among us. We take the youth that has been trained in accredited and non-accredited, those that are seen to perform well, and they are placed on a funded learnership where they receive a stipend for a full year. And at the end of the work integrated learning that they undergo, they are given a qualification at NQF level 1 to 4, so that they can at the same time be able to then run their agri-businesses, and also if they are looking to get employed as people that assist. Farm placement graduates, this is a program that the college runs with the Department of Agriculture, our mother department. In this regard, what we do, we are actually focusing more on agricultural graduates. And these graduates are placed for 2 years on the farms that are owned mainly by designated groups to then make sure that we avail the skills that we have given to the graduates to then be implemented in the farms of those designated groups, and ensure that these opportunities as they come for new markets, the new knowledge and the communication savviness of these graduates can then be harnessed by the farm owners. Lastly, Chairperson, I hope I will not exceed the 5 minutes. I will share with you, as you have the presentation, we have got contacts and relevant people that are addressing those programs, as I've indicated there. As I will be sending the presentation, I hope you will request for it to be put on the website so that members of the public can then get access to the contacts that are there and access those opportunities when they're available. Let me thank you, Chairperson, and apologize for not being on time. As I indicated, I had other arranged or pre-arranged meetings on the day. When I was notified, I had hoped the program would run on time, and I would have been on time. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
In fact, we are truly indebted to you for having taken time to present this. I know that you had expected to come in a little bit later, and really no apology is required. So we really appreciate this great opportunities really presented by the Agricultural College. I noted a few internship opportunities for our young people, either students, graduates, learnership opportunities that are funded where they can get stipends to continue to learn while also getting something to sustain themselves during that particular period in time. So we really appreciate it. And I think the issue around skills development, the issue around upskilling our young people remains the most important of them all. The President was speaking about issues of unemployment as the foremost important and priority in government. And I think while we need to address that, but we also need to have a workforce that is equipped with the necessary skills and experiences that can be gathered by way of this practical learning and experiences that is offered by colleges. And I think we are really happy, especially looking at what the Executive Mayor was speaking about earlier on when he was speaking about his outcry as it relates to TVET colleges not offering more of sector specific, more of causes and programs that speak to the current challenges, that speak to our sector. We are a mining sector, we are a mining district, we are an agricultural district. Tourism is also another aspect. So we need to really look at these particular sectors as sectors of priority when we are rolling out programs of upskilling and developing our. So we are really happy that this presentation was also had today, because it provides opportunities for our young ones. I'm going to be taking lastly 5 minutes also from CEDA. I know that Call-Free is now back on and ready to take us through opportunities at Small Enterprise Development Agency. While he is being projected and reading his presentation, I want to just take this time to remind our young people the importance of also looking at opportunities within job creation as opposed to seeking it. So this presentation is also going to really position their thinking in as far as what are opportunities for businesses that one can actually start. Godfrey, over to you, my brother. Please unmute yourself. We need to see you or your presentation. There we go. We can see it. Thank you. Maybe quickly remember that request of just trying to cover the presentation within 5 minutes at least. But I'm requesting that you unmute yourself. I see you are muted. Just unmute yourself. Please unmute yourself there. Godfrey. He's disconnected. All right. While we are trying to re-establish connection, I was at the point where I wanted to just highlight a few without taking the role of the chief whip of the vote of thanks. I was at a point where I was just trying to put a little bit of an overview in as far as what we have covered in our today's summit, which has been a very interesting jam-packed program. But I see Godfrey is now back on. I'm just requesting that he unmute himself so that he can just unmute yourself. Click unmute. Next to the video, you will see there, bottom left, I think. You know, technology, we will never learn it until we are challenged to learn it. So this is an opportunity for all of us to learn. In fact, this environment is providing us with such opportunities. Godfrey, are you winning? I saw you clicked it and then you muted yourself again. Just mute once more. There we go. Then you can speak now.
Thank you for the opportunity, your leadership, and apology on what technology has done. I'm pleased to come back and show you exactly what we as Cllr are doing. Then we said Cllr and CIFA are both agencies that falls under small business development. Their main task or mandate is to ensure that there is a development, economic development in the country through the support, which can be both financial and non-financial. We do that to grow the economy, creating job opportunities, and hence today we are focusing specifically on the youth and tell them that there is a program called TREP, which gives a priority to the youth and women of this South African place, particularly in this Sekhukhune district. This TREP is an acronym, which means it's a Township Rural Enterprise Development Program, which is aimed at helping the startups or the informal businesses, micros and formal businesses, with the necessary financial support. Now, the conception of this is to enable that our youth, wherever they are, they can look at opportunities or identify gaps of what their communities are in need of. And then through Cllr, they can access this kind of financial aid, which is being implemented by Cllr, Department of Small Business and CIFA. Now, to be specific, then we have this program is covering 6 of the fundamental programs, which in this presentation you will see decorated. Then the first one here we speak of the small bakeries, small-scale bakeries and confectionaries. With this confectionaries and small bakeries, we say there is an amount of a maximum amount assistance of 350,000, which can be discharged to our small bakeries or aspirant ones. And then how this money is being dispatched is both as a blended finance. In other words, the amount that I refer here as the 350,000 is for capex, and also for the supplies that a person might need. Now, what happens is that because it's a blended finance, it means that there is a maximum of 300,000 for equipment, and there is also a maximum of 50,000 for supplies or working capital. Now, the very same 300,000 that is for equipment or capex is specifically is funded through a loan, and this we call it a very manageable and affordable loan because it's a 36 months loan repayment, and then it has a fixed rate of 5%. And once you have started implementing the finance, then you've got a moratorium of 6 months where you don't pay interest or even the capital. In other words, now it helps you to establish your business so as not to encounter cash flow problems due to repayments. For a person to qualify in this, he has to be a practicing bakery, small bakery or informal bakery or a confectionery, meaning in this regard, the cakes and so forth. Now, once you are practicing, then you'll have to approach us. Cllr will help you to go through the process. One of them is that will help you if you don't have a business, a registered business, will help you to register with CIPC and other relevant stakeholders. And in this regard, also, you'll be required to present or to obtain a trade permit from your local municipality. In this instance, then we've got the four local municipalities that are in our area. And then and also obtain the quotations of the equipment that you want, because the money will be paid directly to the suppliers. And even in the suppliers, when you speak of suppliers, you speak of the ingredients that you're gonna need and so forth. And also there, you must have a quotation from the potential supplier so as the money can be there. Now here is when we're speaking specifically about the bakeries and confectionaries. Then we still have the other one of automotive aftermarket. This automotive aftermarket, the good news is that the competition board has been engaging with the industry to allow to open the gates for the potential entrepreneurs that are in the aftermarkets of auto. Here we speak of the mechanics that are working at our homes in a small workshops. We speak of the panel beaters, we speak of the trimmers, we speak of the electricity guys. Now here they have an opportunity of getting an assistance, and this assistance is to enable them to acquire the requisite equipment, and then with that requisite equipment, then they will be able to get also a non-support financial support in the form of a training and also registration with the relevant bodies like RMIs and so forth. Now, what indicated that the maximum amount here is 500,000 is for capex, that is for equipment, and the other 100 is for working capital. And then here also, there's no element of a grant. It's a straight loan that the Cllr guarantee scheme is being provided to the banks. You may remember that when the president announced the support that was given to the SMEs, he announced that there was something like a 200 billion that was given to the banks to provide collaterals. In other words, the collaterals here, we speak of the securities, which will be provided through CFA for you to get this kind of finance. And we say the maximum here is 400,000. We also have the butcheries ones. I'm trying to be as fast as I can. The butcheries one, here we speak of the people that are selling meat in our areas. But in this instance, we will they will have an access of some maximum of 350,000. The 300,000 is a maximum for a capex of equipment, which will be in the form of a loan, and the 50,000 is for the supplies, your stock, and so forth, which will be in the form of a grant. But one must understand that you cannot get one. In this instance, it's a blended finance. You cannot get one without another. In other words, when you apply for this, you must know that the maximum of 50,000 to be a grant, and a maximum of 300,000 will be a loan. We also present to you the aspirant ones that the people who are in the clothing and textile industry or sector, they've got an opportunity of getting an assistance also here. Here we speak of the people who are doing the uniforms, they are doing the wedding dresses and all other clothing that you can think of, not buying the ready-made clothes, but manufacturing them from the word go as designers and so forth. And the textile here, we also speak of the shoe repairers, shoemakers, and so forth. Particularly here, given that we are a more of a traditional attraction, like we have the different tribes which displays their attires and so forth. Now, in this instance, this is a block in which we say, our guys look for opportunities for this. And you'll see that in your household, in many households, this has been an ongoing type of a business. And you can take an opportunity of taking this to the next level by approaching us to get the requisite equipment and also the support. The other one that we want to present to you is all of the fruit and veg. Yes, we say Limpopo and Sekhukhune in particular is very rich when it gets to agricultural produce. Now, in this instance, then the issue is where to start. How can we help these guys? Because many of them, the COVID lockdown has knocked them down. Now, here there is a maximum of 2,000, which you can access through Cllr. And then for you to just apply, you bring your permit, trade permit from your local municipality, your ID, certified ID, and with these two documents, we can go forward to help you to access the finance. We also have the other one, which is of personal care support scheme. In this one, where you see the beautiful lady, this is about all the businesses in the form of salons, hair salons, the barbers, and so forth, the massage parlors. We say this is one of the growing business. The unfortunate part is that it is dominated by different people, not the local people. Now, opportunity is here. Once you have, or you've been doing these things as a small confined type of a business at home, at the corner, approach us so as we help you to establish or to step up by establishing your own type of a business. Here in this instance, then we say we are looking at an estimated number of that 1,500 hair salons can be attended to, the beauty one, like the manicures and facial treatment, the massage, the nails, and so forth. Now, approach us, and then you get finance, of which we say it's a maximum of 350, and then for that, there is a blended finance. The other one is the ticking one, the spaza shops. Yes, we are always buying, and then we ended up selling little, not growing as all, and that's why to other youth, it doesn't seem to be an attractive type of a business venture. But now with this assistance, we say, if you have been operating a smaller type of a business, a tuck shop, then approach us. There is a maximum of 15,000 that you qualify for, and of that 15,000, 20% is a loan. And then with all this, then there is the one that is a very common feature then in any townships, that is of a chisanyam and a good food support. Here, we will enable to help you to access this finance, and it's a total grant of.
I'm going to request that we wrap up, maybe give you a minute to wrap up.
Yeah, it's a maximum
time.
Of
my apologies for interjection.
350, of which then 300 can be utilized for support. all in all, then we say, come to Cllr when you have a business idea or you are operating, so as we can help you step up. We are here for business, for financial and non-support, financial support. And then just contact us at our website or any of these contacts that are shown here. And our office here is 013-262-9430. We are just in front, opposite of Standard Bank here at Groblersdal, the street of Hereford. Just come and then we'll look at what you intend to do. The bottom line is that the future of this country is on you to be not the job seeker, but the job creator. And through Cllr and CFA, the agencies of the Small Business the Department, we are here to help you, to take you by the hand. Thank you.
Cllr and a little bit of CFA there as a sister organization. We are really in debt to this particular time provided by yourselves to present this solution provided. I like the TREP program particularly because it addresses some of them in our social media on how are we assisting people in rural areas, in townships, so that they can also start their own businesses. And I think you have presented this and you have said a mouthful. I don't want to repeat what you have said, but we really appreciate the time and the presentation, particularly the TREP program. So people that are interested can visit the website, but also the presentations will be shared accordingly. Chris Nchabeling was saying that they want to be invited when there is a launch. I saw that in the social media. Definitely there will be communications towards that on our social media platform that you have. If you can go and like them, now you will see the updates on that particular platform. And probably a few comments from Tsepo Ephraim also on our social media, where he was talking about Sekhukhune, or particularly Groblersdal, in the next 20 years being one of the biggest cities in Limpopo province. Yes, I don't want us to wait 20 years. We can do it now, but definitely there is a lot of opportunities presented to by our district, and as young people, let's look at those opportunities. Let's identify where we can fit ourselves. Let's try and partner with people that can support us in our cause. I'm going to allow my good comrade in arms, the convener of the Youth Council, Jeff Masheu, to come in and actually just give us a few remarks from the Youth Council side in terms of today's programs and the future plans that they might have, before we allow the Chief Whip to close for us the program. Jeff, the platform is yours, my brother.
Thank you very much, Program Director, TK, and greetings to the participants and young people in the district, but special greetings to the Executive Mayor, Honorable Stan Ramaila. I'm not going to say much because I've been participating in this session. And although I was also driving to do certain things, for me to take you back and all these things and so on and so forth, I think we have presented the strategy, which is a collective document to all young people in the Sekhukhune district. But Program Director, allow me to also appreciate the fact that at least there is a serious advancement in our side, that young people now can be able to interact through this 4IR arrangement. Without even having a lot of many things and taking your time, you have been there for long. I appreciate the opportunity and I thank everyone. And young people must participate in all our media platforms in all our social spaces where we share information, without even undermining the fact that there are those who cannot afford data in particular, but we're saying we are more advanced at this stage. Let's use all the opportunities presented by all the sector departments and make sure that we do follow up on all the things that they've committed to deliver or to avail them to young people of Sekhukhune. So in this regard, Chair, let me thank you and thank all the participants. We will then arrange other sessions where we're going to check progress on commitments that or opportunity that has been placed, they've been put in place here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jeff, for those so some sort of words of encouragement and support on what has been happening in the program throughout the day. Ladies and gentlemen, we are moving now towards the last item on our program. But before we do that, I want to just thank you all from my side because after this, I'm going to be requesting that the Chief Whip comes in and actually do a vote of thanks. And I don't think I will come back after the vote thanks by the Chief Whip, because I can't come and thank him for thanking me as well, and then we will not end the program. So he's going to come and he's going to close the program for us. But probably the last words from my side is to say, young people, let's stand up, let's take our place. I know a lot of us are out there, not seen. We are very shy somewhere, but there are those that are champion in their local municipalities. Let us stand, let us take charge, let's roar, let's wake up, let's take the opportunities presented to us. Let's say nothing for us without us, but let's actively participate. Let's not discuss intention, but let's have actions. Let's have a more of an action-driven initiative. I want to thank you for participating in this program, and I would like that we continuously engage the speakers so that we are in a position to get what is it that they are presented, that they have presented, and if there are any new opportunities that we might want to actually take. I would like to end at that and allow the Chief Whip to come forward and close us the event officially. Over to you, Councillor Mokhanyeti.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yes, you are. Okay, thank you, program directors. Program director, executive mayor, Tate Ramaila, MMCs, councillors present, municipal manager and officials, all local youth officers, Mr. Jeff Mashweu from the Sekhukhune, the convener of Youth Council, Magochi Arena, all sector departments present here today who made this day for us possible. We really thank you as the Sekhukhune District Municipality. During his opening address, His Excellency Executive Mayor indicated that the year 2020 marks the 45th year since the June the 16th student uprising in 1976. South Africa is fortunate to have a youthful nation. However, the recent unemployment statistics pertaining to young people is cause for concern. The 2020 fourth quarter labor source survey found that about 8.6 million young people aged 15 and 34 years are not in education and not in employment, just in between. During this month of youth, government and its agencies such as NYDA will host a number of engagements, including youth expos, dialogues, and youth entrepreneurs hubs to showcase opportunities available to young people. It's your time to grab it. We thank all participants for sharing their views with us, and we hope all presentations that were made here will inspire the youth of Sekhukhune. We thank the Executive Mayor and all the organizers of this event, MMC Munisi, MMC responsible for youth. Thank you very much for taking a lead in this event. This is the beginning. Let the Sekhukhune Development Agency show and reposition Sekhukhune District as an investment attraction center with greater potential to create jobs. We heard about job opportunities, and we hope that Mr. Pasha will lead the youth of Sekhukhune District to the right directions. In conclusion, Program Director, today is the day number 454, level 3, South Africa lockdown. Let's continue to be responsible by practicing social distancing, wearing masks, and sanitizing. We had all the plans, but what is important is the implementation part of it. Stay home, stay safe. Thank you very much, Rea Leboga. God bless you. Thank you.